Spiritual Life, A Perspective. Chapters 8, 9, 10 and 11 of 11 chapters. Thanks and gratitude to the Divine Life Society. The Divine Life https www.7ondayon.org. Divine Life Society Spiritual Life, A Perspective. Chapter 8. 8. How to Get Peace of Mind. 8.1 Peace. Peace is a divine attribute. It is a quality of the soul. It cannot remain with greedy persons. It fills the pure heart. It deserts the lustful. It runs away from selfish people. It is an ornament of a Paramahamsa. Peace is a state of quiet. It is freedom from disturbance, anxiety, agitation, riot of violence. It is harmony, silence, calm, repose, rest. Specifically, it is the absence or cessation of war. Peace is the happy, natural state of man. It is his birthright. War is his disgrace. Everybody wants peace and is clamoring for peace. But peace does not come easily. Even if it comes, it does not last for a long time. The abode of peace. Peace is not in the heart of the carnal man. Peace is not in the hearts of ministers, advocates, businessmen, dictators, kings and emperors. Peace is in the hearts of yogis, sages, saints and spiritual men. It is in the heart of a desireless man, who has controlled his senses and the mind. Greed, lust, jealousy, envy, anger, pride, and egoism are the enemies of peace. Slay these enemies by the sword of dispassion, discrimination, and non-attachment. You will enjoy perpetual peace. Peace is not in money, estate, bungalows, and possessions. Peace does not dwell in outward things, but within the soul. Money cannot give you peace. You can purchase many things, but you cannot purchase peace. You can buy soft beds, but you cannot buy sleep. You can buy good food, but you cannot buy good appetite. You can buy good tonics, but you cannot buy good health. You can buy good books, but you cannot buy wisdom. Withdraw yourself from external objects. Meditate and rest in your soul. You will realize everlasting peace now. Nothing can bring you peace but yourself. Nothing can bring you peace but the victory over your lower self. Triumph over your senses and mind, desires and cravings. If you have no peace within yourself, it is vain to seek it in external objects and outward sources. Inner peace, perfect security and full peace cannot be had in this world, because this is a relative plane. All objects are conditioned in time, space, and causation. They are perishable. Where then can you look for full security and perfect peace? You can find this in the immortal self. He is an embodiment of peace. He is beyond time, space, and causation. Real, deeper peace is independent of external conditions. Real, abiding peace is stupendous stillness of the immortal soul within. If you can rest in this ocean of peace, all the usual noises of the world can hardly affect you. If you enter the silence or the wonderful calm of divine peace by stilling the bubbling mind and restraining the thoughts and withdrawing the outgoing senses, all disturbing noises will die away. Motor cars may roll on the streets. Boys may shout at the pitch of their voices. Railway trains may run in front of your house. Several mills may be working in your neighborhood. And yet, all these noises will not disturb you even a bit. Peace is vital for growth. Peace is the most covetable possession on the earth. It is the greatest treasure in all the universe. Peace is the most important and indispensable factor for all growth and development. It is in the tranquility and quiet of the night that the seed slowly sprouts from under the soil. The bud opens in the depth of the most silent hours. So also, in a state of peace and love, people evolve, grow in their distinctive culture, and develop perfect civilization. In peace and calmness, spiritual evolution is also facilitated. Impact of politics and social reform. The peace that prevails today is the peace of fear and the peace of preparation. Ignoring the sincere advice of men of wisdom, the great nations of the world are intent upon demonstrating their destructive strength. That way lies war, not peace. No politicalism can ever solve the problem and bring about peace. All isms are only different hoods of the hydra-headed monster of selfishness cum egoism. When autocratic monarchs ruled over the nations, people thought that democracy would shower peace, plenty and prosperity upon earth. They dethroned the kings. Democracy also failed to yield the fruit of peace. Some people tried totalitarianism, socialism, communism, so many isms. Each man thought that his solution alone was best for the world, and each new ism created only more problems and more quarrels. Many are working today for the promotion of world peace, without having peace in themselves. Their loud propaganda, big talk, and lectures cause more confusion, conflict, and discord all over the world. Great conferences are held for bringing about universal peace, universal brotherhood, and universal religion. It is the vanity of man that goads him to reform society without first reforming himself. Vanity rules the world. When two vain people meet, there is friction and quarrel. So also is the case of social reform. Self-styled enlightened men started interfering with the customs and manners of people, in an effort to civilize them. The people lost their old moorings, and the reformers could not offer new, sound ones. Masses of people drifted away into chaos. How can blind men lead other blind men? You must first acquire the supreme knowledge of the reality. Then, and then alone, can you lead another in the right path. You can elevate others only if you have elevated yourself. This world can be saved only by those who have already saved themselves. A prisoner cannot liberate other prisoners. One realized sage can do more for the promotion of peace than 1,000 missionaries preaching and disputing. Day in and day out. Politics has its basis in sociology. Sociology has its basis in individual personal development. Individual personal development is governed by the philosophy and the religion that each man follows. The philosophy of the East considers man as the unit. Man is asked to perfect himself. Individual reformation and social transformation. Reform yourself. Society will reform itself. Get worldliness out of your heart. The world will take care of itself. Remove the world out of your mind. The world will be peaceful. This is the only solution. This is not pessimism. This is glorious optimism. This is not escapism. It is the only way to face the situation. If each man tries to work out his own salvation, there will be nobody to create the problems. If each man strives heart and soul to practice religion, to do sadhana, and to attain God realization, he will have very little time to create quarrels. Automatically there will be peace on earth. The role of religion. A Christian thinks there will be peace if all people embrace Christianity. A Muslim thinks there will be peace if all people embrace Islam. This is an erroneous notion. Why do people in the world fight? Why do Catholics and Protestants fight? Why do Savites and Vaishnavites fight? Why do brothers fight among themselves? The heart must change. Greed and selfishness must perish. Then alone there will be peace in the world. People merely talk of religion. They are not interested in practicing it, in living it. If Christians lived by the Sermon on the Mount, if the Buddhists followed the Noble Eightfold Path, if the Muslims truly followed the teachings of the Prophet, and the Hindus shaped their life in accordance with the teachings of the Lord, of saints and sages, there will be peace everywhere. Peace, to be lasting and constructive, must be achieved through God. There can be no peace without the Lord or God. God is peace. Root yourself in peace or God. Now you are fit to radiate peace. Sivanand on peace. A summary. Many are working today for the promotion of world peace without having peace in themselves. Their loud propaganda, big talk and lectures cause more confusion, conflict and discord. A proper understanding of the essential unity of religions is the most effective and powerful factor in bringing about peace in this world. It will remove all superficial differences and conflicts, which create restlessness, discord and quarrels. If everyone turns to the supreme peace within, there will be peace everywhere. A glorious new era of peace, amity, love and prosperity can be ushered in, only if the youth of the day is educated in the methods of self-culture. Educate the moral conscience of the public. This will bring lasting world peace. You can elevate others only if you have elevated yourself. This world can be saved only by those who have already saved themselves. A prison cannot liberate other prisoners. One realized sage can do more for the promotion of peace than 1,000 missionaries preaching and disputing. Day in and day out, there will be no war, if all people practice truthfulness, universal love, purity, mercy, contentment, self-sacrifice, self-restraint and tolerance. Ahimsa, non-violence, is the key to peace. Peace is the happy, natural state of man. It is his birthright. War is his disgrace. Peace is a state of quiet. It is freedom from disturbance, anxiety, agitation, riot or violence. It is harmony, silence, calm, repose, rest. Specifically, it is the absence or cessation of war. All over the world, great conferences are held for bringing about universal peace, universal brotherhood, and universal religion. It is the vanity of man that goads him to reform society without first reforming himself. Vanity rules the world. When two vain people meet, there is friction and quarrel in the case of social reform. Self-styled enlightened men started interfering with the customs and manners of people, in an effort to civilize them. The people lost their old moorings, and the reformers could not offer new, sound ones. Masses of people drifted away into chaos. How can blind men lead other blind men? No piece of paper called a treaty can establish peace in this world. The way of peace is very simple and straight. It is the way of love and truth. Money cannot give you peace. You can purchase many things, but you cannot purchase peace. You can buy soft beds, but you cannot buy sleep. You can buy good food, but you cannot buy good appetite. You can buy good tonics, but you cannot buy good health. You can buy good books, but you cannot buy wisdom. Perfect peace cannot be promoted by anybody who does not have perfect peace in himself. No political ism can ever solve the problem and bring about real peace. Each new ism creates only more problems and more quarrels. Love alone can bring peace to the world. Therefore love all. Only if everyone practices the religion of love can there be peace in the world. Ethics should be put into practice by all. This alone will contribute to peace, universal love, unity, proper understanding, world harmony and brotherhood of mankind. Everlasting peace can be found only within your own Atman or self, or God. World peace is possible when all the people of the world wake up to the facts governing universal life and when there is a heart-to-heart feeling of goodness, love and oneness among the inhabitants of the world. Peace, to be lasting and constructive, must be achieved through God. There can be no peace without the Lord or God. God is peace. Root yourself in peace or God. Now you are fit to radiate peace. 8.2 Positive Aids to Peace of Mind. Sriyanananthanarayanan. Introduction. Do not criticize anybody or anything. Be humble. Forget and forgive. Do not aspire for worldly things. Never be jealous. Purify yourself. Become self-reliant. Meditate. Do something positive. Never regret. Make others happy. Introspect to gain right direction. Prayer and Shreya. Reduce your wants. Do not disturb the peace of others. Grow spiritually. Mind your own business. Never argue. Have no expectation. Gain God's friendship. Pray to God. Obey the will of God. Believe utterly in the unreality of the world. Introduction. It is common knowledge that good health and economic security are a must for peace of mind. But having both, many are still in a state of perpetual mental restlessness. Do you belong to this category? If you say yes, then read on. The chances are that your trouble is mostly of your own making and therefore avoidable. Let us see how. Do not criticize anybody or anything. Do you interfere too often in the affairs of others? Maybe they are wrong. But why should you be disturbed on that account? Do not criticize anybody or anything. God has not delegated to you the authority to sit in judgment over others. All men act the way they do because they are prompted that way by the God within them. It is a good rule to mind your own business to keep your peace. Mind your own business. An excellent dictum to follow for the man who prizes peace of mind above everything else. Nothing in this world requires your attention. There is a God to look after everything. In fact, He looks after you as well. Do not forget this fact. Let me repeat. Mind your own business. Do not criticize anybody or anything. Criticism is tantamount to blasphemy. Why? Because whatever happens happens by the will of God. Nothing can happen without the concurrence of God. The fact that something has happened, no matter whether it is good or bad from your point of view, is in itself proof positive that it has God's approval. And if you criticize the happening, you are questioning the will of God, the wisdom of God, the justice of God. Do not do that. You will keep your peace. Be humble. God sees things by the whole. Man sees things by parts. God sees happenings over the 3 periods of time. Man sees events only in the present, isolated from the past and the future. That is why man sees discord where God sees harmony. Man sees lack of logic where God finds perfect logic. Put yourself in the place of God. Feel you are God. Feel that the entire universe is your creation and operates by your will. At once you will feel tremendous peace and strength surging within you. You say others insult you without reason, injure you without cause. Even if that is true, do not get agitated. Face the situation calmly. You will find that calmness can be a powerful weapon to overcome difficult situations. Shut your eyes to insults. Let others think what they like. Say what they like. This is a world of ignorant people. You be wise. Be humble before everybody. Be humble in every situation. This will be possible if you give up the idea of inferiority and superiority and learn to see God in everybody and everything. God wills it so. So be it. Say that to yourself and keep quiet in the face of insults. Be unruffled. If you put up with insults, you will grow in humility and purity. You will grow spiritually rich. Forget and forgive. Do not develop ill feeling inside your heart for the man who has insulted you or injured you. This is worse than open anger. This is mental cancer. Do not nourish grievances. Forget and forgive. This is not just an idealistic maxim. This is the only way to retain your peace. The habit of nurturing grievances is highly injurious to one's own self. You will lose sleep. You will poison your blood. You will develop blood pressure and neurasthenia. After all, the injury or insult was done to you once. Now it is past. It is all over. It is spilt milk. Why do you want to perpetuate the misery of that injury or insult by constantly remembering it? Why do you want to feed the dying embers of hatred and ill will? Is it not high foolishness? The span of human life is so short that you cannot afford to waste time and life in such trifles. Get over the bad habit. The best way to do so is to keep yourself ever busy in any work which absorbs your interest. You can gain peace of mind if you actively follow a calling or profession, or even hobby, which holds your interest. You will then have a sense of fulfillment, of achievement. Remember the proverb, man does not live by bread alone. If you can afford it, and if you value peace of mind more than money, you would even do well to take to a calling or job which you like but which is monetarily less rewarding than one which you dislike all the time but monetarily more rewarding. Do not aspire for worldly things. Do not aspire for worldly glory, worldly recognition. This is the surest way to mental and physical restlessness. Why do you crave for recognition by others? The others are mostly ignorant people. The most successful men of the world are often men of little real wisdom. Why do you place so much value on their recognition? Instead, aspire for God's blessings, the blessings of wise men of saintly souls. That is worth earning, worth striving for. Do not attach much importance to public opinion. Public opinion is often wrong. Attach importance to moral values, codes of conduct, scriptural teachings, opinion of saints and holy men. You can never go wrong. Never be jealous. Jealousy often disturbs peace of mind. Are you jealous of somebody? Jealousy is a canker. It is incorrect to imagine that A has blocked your promotion in office or that B has ruined you by competing in the same business. Again and again remember, no one can make or mar your career. Your career and your life are shaped by your previous karma. If you are destined to rise, not all the world can stop it. If you are not so destined, not all the world can help you to come up either. Each man is governed by his own destiny. Each man's life is independent, though seemingly interdependent with the lives of others. Remember this. Understand this point well. Never again be jealous of others or blame others for your misfortune. Purify yourself. Maybe you are fed up with your environment which disturbs your peace. Instead of trying to change the environment, the chances are you may fail. Change yourself for the better. Purify yourself. As you do this, even the environment which has remained bad for you, maybe for years, will mysteriously begin to dance and change for the better. The more you grow in purity, the more congenial and harmonious the environment will become. Do not ask how. Try and experience. Try and experience, friend. Put up with things. What cannot be cured is to be endured. Endure cheerfully. Learn to live with 100 inconveniences, annoyances, irritations from morn till midnight. You will gain in patience, in inner strength, in willpower. You will turn disadvantage into an advantage. Become self-reliant. A prime cause for losing one's peace of mind is dependence on others even for one's basic needs. Piradanam prada sankhatam. Dependence is pain. Independence is bliss. Become self-reliant. As far as possible, of course. If you earnestly try, you will discover that there are many areas left in which you can become self-reliant. Learn to wash your clothes, sweep your room, cook your food, type your letters. You need not do them daily, but in an emergency, these small talents will come to your rescue. Do not evade responsibilities. Do not shirk. You cannot gain peace of mind that way. You will only gather more worries, because the thought that you are shirking your duties will corrode your mind and take away what little peace there is. Rather, face your responsibilities to the best of your ability. But and this is important, do not add on to your responsibilities every day by taking additional loads on your own egoistic initiative. In colloquial terms, this is what is called purchasing trouble. Do not purchase trouble. Rather, cut down your external activities more and more consistent with your responsibilities. Yearn to spend more and more time in an inward life of prayer, introspection and meditation. Perfect peace of mind arises when the mind itself dies down. Mind means thoughts. Thoughts mean restlessness. The lesser the activity, the fewer the thoughts. The fewer the thoughts, the greater the peace of mind. Thoughtlessness is the highest state where perfect peace reigns. Meditate. Have regular hours of meditation. Meditation calms down the mind. It induces quiescence in the mind. If you meditate earnestly for 1 hour, even during remaining 23 hours, the tendency introduced by meditation in the mind persists and the mind does not oscillate as much as before. Gradually increase the period of daily meditation. This will not interfere with your daily work, because meditation increases your various faculties and gives you the capacity to turn out more work in less time. Do something positive. Always be doing something positive. Something worthwhile. Do not waste time wondering, shall I do this? Or shall I do that? You will spend days, weeks, months, years in that futile mental debating and end up doing nothing. Don't plan too much. The planning is done by God. Be doing something good all the time. Allow no gap in your concrete activity. You can never do enough to take time for rest. Let there be no spare moments. No wasted moments in your life. Even a few careless moments can pull you down in life. Time is life. Value your time and spend it most profitably. Even if you are resting physically, do not keep the mind vacant. Occupy yourself in healthy reading or japa or mental prayer. All havoc starts in the mind. Harsh words and evil deeds originate in the mind. Keep the sources clean. The river of your life will flow as crystal. Doing things gives self-confidence. It does not matter if you fail the first time. You can rectify your mistakes and succeed the next time. Sitting back in the chair and worrying will lead to nothing. It will only make you a total pessimist. Some people get upset when they attempt to do something good and obstacles come in. It is natural for obstacles to crop up in the way of any good work. They come to test the mettle of the performer of the good work. They come to test his sincerity, his patience, his faith. You will experience that the stronger your resolve to do something worthwhile, the more powerful the opposing forces. Do not feel frustrated. Do not give up. Do not yield. Overcome the obstacles by faith in God and faith in yourself. You cannot win laurels in any field without undergoing tests and tribulations. It is unfair to expect a degree while showing unwillingness to undergo a qualifying test. Never regret. If you fight shy of obstacles, then you can do nothing worthwhile in life. You can at best vegetate, but that is not living. Living, to be true, must be purposeful. You must have goals to reach, ideals to strive for, and goals cannot be reached without encountering opposition. Such opposition should not upset your peace of mind, but should strengthen your will to fight the battle of life heroically. It will be possible if you learn to accept these opposing forces as an inevitable part of phenomenal life, as unavoidable evil. Never regret. Learn the lessons from your past experiences. Remember the lessons. Let the lessons guide your future actions. But do not brood over the past. Do no regret if I had done that. I would have become this. If only I had. It is all futile thinking. Waste of time and energy. Because worry depletes energy. Does nothing more. The fact is whatever happened was destined to happen only that way. It could not have happened in any other way. Everything, from the tiniest movement of a particle of the mightiest disturbances in the universe, everything in the past, present and future, every cause and every effect, has been ordained in certain way by the omnipresent, omniscient and omnipotent will of God. Things happen as they are destined to happen. Whatever will be will be. No man has the power to alter the course of God's will. Que sera sera is eternally true, universally true. To regret, to brood is to show your cowardice in the face of the inevitability of events and to disturb your peace of mind for nothing. Wisdom lies in seeing the working of God's will in every happening and remaining at peace with yourself and the world. Make others happy. Are you utterly selfish or do you think of others at least sometimes? A selfish man can have no peace. On the other hand, if you are selfless, if you serve others without motive, you will feel great peace at once. Motiveless service yields pure joy. Make others happy. You will begin to delight in their happiness. This is something which is open to everyone to experience. Serve others in a small way or a big way as is given to you but without thought of reward or recognition. Service for the sake of service. Service at every turn. Whenever opportunity offers itself. Almost 20 years ago, late in the evening, in a big city, Out on my evening walk, I was stopped by a girl in a quiet camera, in an imploding tone. Bay Sahab. Dalag Thahai. In a moment, I sensed the situation. In that lonely place, she was being pursued by a Tongola. In her fright, the girl had lost all sense of direction and was searching for her house. I reassured her, and in a little while we discovered that the house she wanted to reach was well within a furlong of where we stood. I escorted her to her place and went my way. A trifling good turn that cost me nothing, but the fullness and joy that I felt that day lingers fresh in my memory even now. There are many ways in which one can help others at little or no cost. Only a pure heart is required. Introspect to gain right direction. In life, the person who desires peace of mind should learn to discriminate at every stage. What is right? What is wrong? What is possible? What is not? In a particular situation, what is the course of action suggested by wise men? By the scriptures? By your own conscience? How have great souls reacted in like situations? Introspection at every stage is necessary to clarify the vision and to gain right direction. A mechanical life where one follows the natural call of the senses and emotions is only to walk straight into the trap set by Maya. Prayer and Shreya. Constantly discriminate between the Prayer Marga and the Sriya Marga, the pleasant path and the good path. You will have to do this again and again every time the mind tempts you to follow the ways of the world, to imitate others. This desire to imitate others is exceedingly powerful and overpowers even a wise man. Worry not about finding money to buy a scooter, when you have no need for a scooter, just because all your friends come on scooters. Do not bother about how to send your son to the States only because your neighbors have sent theirs to California and Cambridge. Keep away from temptations of all sorts. Do not walk into places of temptation and then struggle to resist temptation. It will tax your will unnecessarily. Even if you succeed in resisting the temptation, it may leave a craving in the mind. Craving induces restlessness. Reduce your wants. Do not multiply your wants and then feel like a beggar. Reduce your wants and feel like a king. Why should you enter a cloth shop and see many varieties presented before your eyes when you have enough clothing at home? Either you will buy unnecessary things, or feel sad. Oh, I don't have this. Ah, how I wish I could buy that. Peace of mind and material greed are incompatibles. They do not go together. Make your choice. Reduce your wants to the barest minimum consistent with your general external activities. The fewer the wants and possessions, the greater the peace of mind. Possession gives pain. The point is so obvious that it needs no explanation. Hire a taxi rather than own a car. Live in a rented flat rather than possess your own house. Most of us suffer, not for want of right knowledge or wisdom, but for want of exercise of that wisdom in our daily life. If you want peace of mind, at once stop doing all those things which you know you should not do. And, equally important, start doing all those things which you know you should do. This will set you on the right track. And when you are on the right track, God's grace will flow into your life and make it more and more sublime. You will gain peace of mind and radiate peace all around you. Faith has to be exercised. Love has to be exercised. Selflessness has to be exercised. Charity has to be practiced. Dispassion has to be practiced. Devotion has to be cultivated. These qualities, these virtues do not arise in you overnight. They have to be assiduously cultivated before they can become a natural, a habitual, an integral part of your being. Do not disturb the peace of others. If you hate others, if you injure others, if you abuse your servants, if you taunt your children, if you ill-treat your wife at home and subordinates in the office, if you cheat people in business, if you do all these and much more and still expect peace of mind, you are asking for the impossible. Also, you do not deserve it. A man who disturbs the peace of others has no right to expect peace of mind for himself. So, mend yourself. Peace of mind arises out of spiritual growth. It is true that spiritual growth is an inward process, that spiritual life is an inward life. But it is equally true that such growth is greatly aided by external support and greatly marred by external incompatibles. Hence they prescribe sattvic diet, sattvic dress, sattvic reading, sattvic company, sattvic environment, sattvic habits in general. Hence they prescribe prayer and pilgrimage, svadhyaya and satsanga, fasts and festivals. Do not give up these powerful external aids. Rather resort to them purposefully for quicker evolution. When you have advanced enough, they will drop off by themselves. Grow spiritually. When you are in utter despair, turn to our lofty scriptures, or read the works of great souls, or take leave for a month and go on a pilgrimage, or visit a holy place and stay there for a fortnight or a month. Spend the time in prayer, japa, kirtan, meditation, long walks. These are the methods to revivify your shattered mind and body and give yourself a new joy and confidence. Some people take to drinking and loose living, vainly imagining that they can forget their worries this way. Impossible. Their cure is worse than the disease. Sleeping tablets. They solve no problem. They only perpetuate your weakness of will to face up to realities. Suicide? Utter foolishness. You will turn into a ghost. More trouble than being a human being. Keep on adding to your peace of mind. Do not stagnate. Do not worsen. Stagnation is also bad, because it often leads to worsening at some point. Improve the quality of your life. Inward richness is real richness. Let your wealth be inbuilt. Let the wealth of your children be inbuilt. Great teachers say that a man has to be judged not by what he does, but by what he is. Cut out all worldly ambition. In its place, develop intense ambition to grow spiritually, to grow in saintliness. Replace all petty desires and ambitions by this one ideal. Mind your own business. Once you have set the ideal for yourself, begin to be true to yourself. Bring about a greater and ever greater measure of coordination between your thought, word and deed. Say what you think and do what you say. Shed all hypocrisy. Remove all hypocrisy from your life. Hypocrisy is the sworn enemy of peace of mind. On the material plane, compare yourself with those who are less fortunate than you, and on the spiritual plane compare yourself with those who are more fortunate than you. This will induce material contentment and awaken in you spiritual discontent. That way lies progress and peace. But if you do the other way round, viz., compare yourself with those who are materially more well off and spiritually inferior, and men do just that, it will bring in the disastrous effects of material discontent and spiritual pride. A sure way to hell indeed. Stick to a few tested friends. Do not multiply acquaintances. Do not become intimate with anyone. Familiarity breeds contempt, disturbs emotions, upsets peace of mind. Talk only with purpose. Abstain from all unnecessary talk. Speak measured words. Even innocent, well-meant words are quite often misunderstood and they produce discord. Never go to advise anyone in anything, unless you are asked to. Mind your own business. Never argue. Never argue. Never enter into an argument. Why do you want to win an argument? It offers you no tangible benefit. It will only inflate your ego, wound the other man and lead to friction between friends. Let the other man hold his opinion. There are incorrigible idiots in this world who can never be converted, who can never be made to see sense. Do not waste your time and breath on them. You will only suffer exhaustion and enmity. Have no expectation. Have no expectation. Because expectation leads to anxiety and often to disappointment. You wait for the postman day after day, and ultimately he does not bring that important letter which you are expecting from your friend. Your frustration knows no limits. Why all this mental torture? No expectation. No disappointment. Whatever you are destined to enjoy or suffer, you will enjoy or suffer. Neither you nor anyone else can add to, or take away from, your quota of enjoyment or suffering. Knowing this, why should you waste your energy and time in anxiety? Forget the past. Have no thought for the future. Live in the present. To the best of your ability. Discharge your responsibilities as they present themselves before you. There is a God to take care of the results. Some people say, I do not care what happens to me, but I am worried about others. This is another kind of ignorance. Those who say like this are deceiving themselves. Do not worry about your son's madness or your daughter's running away with someone. By all means, do all you can to minimize life's tragedies. But do not worry an iota. Each individual is governed by his past karma. Despite all the rationalists in the world, and no one has the power to alter anyone else's fate by so much as a hairbreadth. Even when A seems to be helping or harming B, it is God. Nay, it is B's previous karma, which is working through A and not A himself. Once you have understood this, you will not worry about others or about yourself. Worry saps energy and wastes time. It is effeminacy. The man who worries betrays ignorance of spiritual laws. Gain God's friendship. No one is interested in you. Remember this point well. Don't expect the world to rush to your rescue in every bad situation. It will just not happen. Be up and doing, with faith in God. If God supports you and all the world opposes you, you will still succeed. But if you lose God and gain all the world's support, you will yet fail. Gain God's friendship. It is the greatest wealth. Once you have that, peace of mind is yours. You now have everything. Fear has fled. Anxiety has disappeared. See God in all. Feel unified in spirit with everyone and everything. You are not separate from the rest of creation. God is just another name for that mysterious life principle in you. Call it life. Call it consciousness. Call it existence. This mysterious principle is all-pervading, eternal, one without cause and effect. Feel happy. Think, talk and walk in a manner befitting the grandeur of thy inner being. The God within you. Shed all meanness, crookedness, cunningness, selfishness, which are the hallmarks of a degraded man. Feel one with all in spirit. Your life will begin to move along right lines. Your spiritual evolution will be rapid. You will have all the peace of mind you want. Pray to God. Each day when you get up in the morning, pray to God for just 2 minutes. Surely you can afford that much time for your Creator every day. O Lord, use me today for working out your will in whatever way you deem fit. I make myself hollow and lay myself at your disposal. I heard a song on the AI years back. One line still lingers in my memory. All can repeat it in the morning before getting up from bed. Aaj Mary Gati Tumhari Erati Banjay. May the course of my life today become an offering unto thee, my Lord. If you say that, and remember your prayer to the Lord throughout the day, you will think twice before indulging in wrong act or taking a false step. Rather you will like to fill the day with as many good deeds as possible so that there may be more flowers in the garland that you offer to the Lord at day's end. Accept every experience in life as it comes. Do not grumble. Do not grudge. Do not feel sad. Do not feel glad either. Rest serene. If you gloat over something, you are inviting trouble. There is always action and reaction on the relative plane. If you laugh now, you will have to weep later. On a level ground, if you want to make a mound, you can do so only by making a pit to dig out the earth to make the mound. There is no mound without a pit, no smile without a tear. So remain level always. Remain serene always. Serenity is superior to boisterous giggling and laughter and the so-called happiness which only hides sorrow for the moment. Obey the will of God. Learn to accept. Accept every happening in your life as the will of God. O Lord, thy will be done. Let this be your only reaction to every twist and turn in life. God is your real friend. He is your greatest well-wisher. He gives various experiences good and bad only to mold you, chisel you, shape you into an effective instrument for the working out of His will. Allow yourself to be shaped by His divine hands. Abandon yourself to His care. Do not struggle. Do not oppose. Allow yourself to be tossed by God's will. Become a straw in the cosmic wind. Have no individual ego. This you can do only if you recognize the existence of God and the will of God imperatively. Only if you learn to see the absolute supremacy of God's will over all human initiative and endeavor. Humility is not weakness. It is strength. The more the humility, the greater the accretion of strength. Your life will flow smoothly, because you offer no resistance to God's will. There will be no friction. There will be no failure too, because you do not attempt to achieve anything by your own choice and will. But your life will turn out to be a tremendous success, because God's wisdom and strength will enter the vacuum of your being emptied of your egoism and fill it in the same manner as air rushes into a vacuum and fills it. This is the law. Believe utterly in the unreality of the world. The fundamental mistake that people without peace of mind make is to imagine that the whole world is made for their enjoyment and that everything and everybody in this wide universe should subserve their individual ends and that the whole world should bend to their plans. Do not try to extract enjoyment from this world. You can as well extract nectar from cobra's fangs. You will meet with disappointment, frustration, failure, misery. Rather know the world for what it is. The world is made for your experience, for your evolution. Grow wiser and spiritually richer with every experience. Experience is education. Experience is the greatest teacher. It is only the fool who thinks that this world is made for his pleasure. Says the scripture, Anitam Sukham Lokam, Asasvatam Dukhalem, impermanent and joyless. Verily, is this world. Read your scriptures with respect. Ever remember their teachings. Live by their teachings. There is no other way to peace of mind. Lastly, believe utterly in the unreality of the world. Believe, because all the seers of yore have proclaimed in no uncertain terms that the phenomenal world is only a dream world and that phenomenal experience is only a dream experience. And remember, they said that only after personally experiencing the unreality of the world and the reality of pure consciousness, they were not fools. Nor are you wiser. Even when confronted with bitter experience, tell yourself, all this is unreal. I am pure consciousness. I am God. Hari Om Tat Sat. Divine Life Society Spiritual Life. A Perspective. Chapter 9. 9. Saints and Mystics. What is a sin exactly? In the minds of some people, a saint may simply be a nice person who smiles a lot and does various good deeds. While on some level this may be accurate, at the highest level a sin is something quite different. He or she has realized the ultimate truth of existence, call it God, Nirvana, Satori, or by whatever other term. A sin is no longer a mere human being, but an enlightened expression of the Absolute. Saints are not limited to one tradition, one time period, or one country. They can be male or female, younger in age or older, very educated or very simple, very active or quite content to not be outwardly engaged. The variations go on and on in a beautiful expression of the limitless divine play. Certainly the hallowed soil of India has felt the footfalls of many great saints, but as mentioned before, saints appear as needed in every conceivable time and place. Swami Sivananda believed that just about the most elevated form of spiritual instruction was observing or reading about the lives of saints. He said about himself, "I don't speak much or give great lectures. My life is my teachings." This same dictum could be applied to so many of the saints. Certainly one can benefit a great deal by studying their teachings and writings, if there were any, but in terms of inspiration and encouragement for the seeker, there is hardly any study better than their own lives. In this section, Gurudev's writings about the ancient saints of India, the prophets, the acharyas, and the lives and teachings of the saints of both East and West are presented. Gurudev uses their lives as a tool to allow us to have an insight into the enlightened condition, and thereby gives us the help we need to follow and emulate these great people. 9.1 The Glory of Saints, by Sri Swami Sivananda. Introduction. A sin is a god on earth. To him, the whole world is mere straw. To him, gold and stone are alike. To him, pleasure and pain are the same. A sin lives in God. He has realized God. He knows God. He has become God. He speaks of God. He shows the way to God. He is God intoxicated. He is God himself. He is one with God. Saints are God's agents on earth. God reveals himself in us and in his full glory, infinite power, wisdom and bliss. The saints constitute a ladder for the pilgrims to the shrine of God. Wherever saints and sages stay even for a half second, then and there are sacred places like Varanasi, Prayag and Brindavan. A sin is a blessing on earth. Saints are the living symbols of religion and are the true benefactors of humanity. Throughout history, saints have played a great part in preserving spiritual values in the world. A saint is a spiritual washerman. He applies the soap of devotion and knowledge, and removes the spots of sin in worldly people. In his presence, man becomes holy. The moment the mind thinks of a sage, immediately all evil desires, base passions, are brushed aside. Meditation on the lives of saints is equal to holy company. Study of their teachings is equal to holy company. To think of saints, to live in their company, to have good fortune of receiving their blessings, is to draw forth upon yourself a shower of purity, inspiration and divine consciousness. The nature of a sin. A sin is free from mineness and mineness. He is free from lust, anger, and greed. He loves all beings as his own self. He is endowed with dispassion and mercy. He speaks the truth and serves all. He ever meditates on the Lord. He does not speak ill of others. He has equal vision. He sees Devi or Mother in all women. He is ever joyful and peaceful. He sings the glory of the Lord. He has divine knowledge. He is fearless and generous. He never begs, but gives. He is majestic and lordly. Such a one is rare in the whole world. He is not easily found. He is not born everywhere. Love is the very breath of a son. Mercy is his very nature. His heart overflows with compassion. He does not look to the faults of others. He returns good for evil and blesses those who curse him. The heart of a sage is a flame of love, and his whole being thirsts for the uplift of suffering humanity. He forgets himself utterly and lives but for the sake of others. A son sees the whole world as the projection of his own soul. A sage sees unity and diversity. He becomes one with the whole world. A sage is a youth amongst the youth, aged amongst the old, brave amongst the brave, a child amongst children. He feels the pain and suffering among sufferers. The life of a son. The life of a son is plain, simple, and attractive. It is full of grace. It is methodical. A son is ever of good cheer. He knows no ill of life. To him, life is joy. He experiences no trial of misery. He is fearless. No monarch has sway over him. The life of a son is always a life of quiet, of indrawn stillness, of solitude and aloofness. He is untouched by the changes of the world. No external happening can shake him off his balance. He is centered in his own Atman or absolute consciousness. A sage is desireless and so he is ever happy. A king possesses everything and so he is happy. But the happiness of a sage is infinite, because he lives in his own Atman, the ocean of Brahmic bliss. A king is full of fears and worries. He is afraid that his enemies will conquer him one day and so he is restless and miserable. The happiness of a liberated sage is not sensual pleasure. It is atmic self-bliss. He enjoys the whole world simultaneously as the self of all objects. His happiness is not in time. It is transcendental bliss. A sage alone is really wealthy. Multimillionaires with cravings and desires are beggars. A son is superior to an emperor, to Indra, the Lord of Heaven. A sage has awakened from the dream of life. He enjoys eternal bliss. To a sage of illumination, the entire world surrenders. A sage need not be a genius. The sage moves among men, but he is unseen by all men. He is taken by them as an ordinary man. Only a sage can know a sage. He will sometimes appear like a Sarvajna, an all-knower. He will sometimes appear like an Ajnani, an ignorant man. He knows when to act like a Brahmanishthar and when to behave like a fool. Do not judge him. If you approach him with the proper bhava, with faith, devotion and spiritual thirst, he will impart the highest knowledge to you. If you approach him with a bad motive, he will behave like a madman and you will be deceived. Great will be your loss then. A Brahmajnani or liberated sage need not be a genius. He need not be an eloquent speaker, orator, lecturer or professor, but he is calm, serene, and tranquil. He is taciturn and silent. His silence is superior eloquence. He has equanimity and balanced mind. He has equal vision. He has samatha and samadrishti. He is a Muni, Mamuni, and Muni. He has divine wisdom and intuitive knowledge. In his presence, all doubts are cleared. Saints have no caste. There is no caste among saints and sages. A sage is like a lion out of the cage, free from shackles of caste, creed, profession, tradition and scripture. Do not look to the caste of saints and sages. You will not be benefited. You cannot imbibe their virtues. In higher religion, there is neither caste nor creed. Cobblers, weavers, and untouchables had become the best saints. There is no real difference between a Christian mystic and a Hindu son. Their sayings never clash. The messages of the saints are essentially the same. They have always been a call to men to discover the wisdom of the self or Atman. Sages differ in their conduct. Knowledge is the same in all sages, but their conduct is different. Sri Vasishtha was a Karma Kandi. He did havans and sacrifices. Raja Janaka was a Bhoji. He ruled his dominion. He enjoyed regal pleasures. Sri Dattatreya was a wanderer. He was an avadhuta, a naked fakir. Kakabhya was a yogi. Some even marry. Sages like Dattatreya and Jadabharata roam about happily. They have neither rooms nor clothing. All dualities have become extinct. They cannot work for the well-being of the world like Raja Janaka and Sri Sankara. But their mere presence elevates people. The other type of sage is the benevolent sage, like Raja Janaka and Sri Sankara, who works for the solidarity of the world. He has compassion for all. He writes books, conducts classes, establishes mutts or ashrams. You may ask, which of the two kinds is superior? The answer is, both are on the same level. A sage is not selfish. Ignorant people say, a sage is attempting for his own self-realization. He is extremely selfish. He is of no use to society. This is a serious mistake. A sage is the most benevolent Superman. He is extremely kind and compassionate. He elevates at once all persons who come in contact with him. Further, he does Sakti Sancha through his Divya Drishti. He finds out the deserving aspirants and raises them up through Sankalpa Sakti, even while remaining in a cave or kutir in the distant Himalayas. A jnani is not a selfish man as worldly men think. His spiritual vibrations purify the world. His very life is exemplary and elevating. He gives hope and encouragement to others to tread the spiritual path. He is the only real lover of mankind. He feels the presence of God in everyone. He loves his neighbor as himself. A jnani only does real selfless service as he feels the presence of God in all beings. He is the real altruist and humanitarian. Do not judge a son. You cannot apply the worldly yardstick to measure the greatness of the saints. Do not superimpose defects on them on account of your evil eye. You cannot judge their merits. Brahmanishthas are like fire. They can consume anything. Their very touch purifies everything. They are beyond good and bad. They are themselves the supreme good. Do not imitate their actions. Their actions are strange and mysterious. They are beyond your intellect. If you commit theft and say, "Did not Krishna steal butter?" you will be hopelessly ruined. Krishna lifted up the Govardhana hill with his little finger. Can you lift even a big stone with all your strength? Follow the upadis of saints and Mahapurushas. You will attain Brahmajnana here and now. How to benefit by the company of saints? To benefit from the company of saints, you have to prepare yourself first. Do not go with any preconceived notion or prejudice. Go with an open, receptive mind. Go without expectations. Approach them humbly and respectfully. Assimilate what appeals to you. If some of their teachings do not appeal to you, do not form a hasty opinion. If you do not like them, you need not take them to heart. What may be suitable to another may not be suitable to you. Yet, with regard to broad fundamentals, there can be no difference of opinion. When you go before a sage, do not ask him questions out of mere inquisitiveness. Sit in his presence humbly. Observe him. Listen to him without prejudice. Ask him only such questions about which you really need clarifications. Ask him only pertinent questions. Do not draw him into politics or public bickering. Meditate in the presence of a sage. You will get in a light which will clear your doubts. Saints as advisors. The very company of sages and saints has a tremendous transforming effect on the lives of truth seekers. It lifts them up to heights of sublimity, purity and spirituality. It does not fail to affect even the rank materialists. Every school, every college, every boarding house, every jail, every institution, every house should have a son for the guidance of its members. Saints and sages only can become real advisors to the kings, because they are selfless and possess the highest wisdom. They only can improve the morality of the masses. They only can show the way to attain eternal bliss and immortality. Shivaji had Swami Ramdas as his advisor. King Dasaratha had Maharishi Vasishtha as his advisor. Saints are in abundance. You do not want them. You do not wish to approach them. You do not wish to serve them. You do not aspire for higher things. You are perfectly satisfied with some broken shells and glass pieces. There is no thirst or spiritual hunger in you for achieving higher divine knowledge and inner peace. Spiritual opportunity is a rare privilege. Do not lose such opportunities. Take recourse to the company of sages and saints. One moment of company with the holy builds a ship to cross this ocean of life. God is the great purifier. A son also is a great purifier. God incarnates as saints and sages when their need is felt most. Study the lives of saints. You are inspired at once. Remember their sayings. You are elevated immediately. Walk in their footsteps. You are freed from pain and sorrow. Seek the company of sages and evolve. Satsang with sages is unfailing in its results. 9.2 Jivanmukta by Sri Swami Sivananda. This article is a chapter from the book Bliss Divine. Introduction. Signs of a Jivanmukta. The double consciousness of a Jivanmukta. Difference between a worldly man and a liberated sage. Cosmic vision. Samadhi Jnani and Vyavahara Jnani. How the Jivanmukta lives and works. Physical nudity and mental nudity. A blessing to the world. The sage lives forever. Introduction. A Jivanmukta is a liberated sage. He is released even while living. He lives in the world, but he is not of the world. He always revels in the eternal bliss of the Supreme Self. He is Ishvara, God, himself. He is a God on earth. The Jivanmukta or full-blown Jnani, a person with full wisdom, is full of pure love, compassion, mercy, exquisite gentleness, and hidden power and strength. Love and luster shine through his brilliant eyes. The Jivanmukta has not a bit of selfish interest in him and is absolutely free from worries, difficulties, troubles, tribulations, sorrows, and anxieties under all circumstances. Even when pains and the rest attaching themselves to his body exhibit themselves on his face, his mind never writhes under them and their antithesis. He is not a slave of his moods. He is ever cheerful and peaceful. His higher excellences have been perfectly unfolded. All divine attributes are fully awakened in him. Every one of his weaknesses and limitations is burnt in toto. He shines in his own pristine glory, in his own essential nature of divine consciousness. He radiates peace and joy everywhere. The true greatness of a realized yogi is indescribable. His eyes are serene and steady. His actions perfect and holy. His speech sweet and short, inspiring and impressive. His gait is magnanimous. His touch purifying. His looks are merciful. Gestures illuminating. He is omniscient. He has intuitive transcendental knowledge and clear insight into the very heart of all things and beings. You will experience a deep sense of peace and harmony, great elevation and inspiration, in his presence. Signs of a Jivanmukta. The Jivanmukta or liberated sage is absolutely free from egoism, doubt, fear, and grief. These are the four important signs that indicate that one has attained perfection. The Jivanmukta has perfect contentment, unruffled peace of mind, deep abiding joy and bliss, possession of supersensual spiritual knowledge, and ability to clear any kind of doubt of aspirants. Doubts vanish when one remains in his company. The Jivanmukta does not care even for the wants of the body. He is not afraid of death. He has no longing to live also. Maya or Prakriti, Mother Nature, is his obedient and sweet nurse. She attends upon him carefully. Bodily wants come by themselves. Prakriti arranges everything for him beforehand. This is her lookout. Balanced mind, equal vision. Indifference to pairs of opposites like pleasure and pain, censure and praise, heat and cold, success and failure. These are the marks of a Jivanmukta. Jivanmuktas are not frightened or astonished at any unusual occurrence in nature. They will never be disconcerted even should the sun grow cold, or the moon turn hot, or the fire begin to burn with its flame downwards, or the course of the river begin to rise upwards. The Jivanmukta is not perturbed under any condition. He is undistracted amidst distractions. The double consciousness of a Jivanmukta. A man who stands in water up to his neck has a twofold experience. His head is exposed to the sun. He experiences both heat and cold. Such is the experience of a Jivanmukta. He has double consciousness. He enjoys the bliss of Brahman, God. He also has the experience of this world. He is like a man who knows 2 languages. Just as the pot in which a saffetida or onion is kept emits a certain amount of smell even when it is cleaned several times, so also, a small trace of ignorance still remains in the mind of a jnani even. The Jivanmukta has a consciousness of the body in the form of a samskara, impression in the subconscious mind. That is the reason why he eats and drinks. Though the instinctive mind with low desires is destroyed, the sattvic, pure, mind does not perish in the Jivanmukta. How will he be able to do vyavahara or worldly dealings without an instrument, viz., the mind? Difference between a worldly man and a liberated sage. The phenomenal universe does not vanish from the vision of the Jivanmukta. The Jivanmukta sees the world as a dream within himself. Just as the mirage appears even after the illusory nature of the water is understood, so also, the world appears for the Jivanmukta even after he has attained self-realization, even after he has clearly understood the illusory nature of the world. But, just as the man who has understood the nature of the mirage will not run after the mirage for drinking water, so also, the Jivanmukta will not run after sensual objects like the worldly-minded people, though the world appears to him. That is the difference between a worldly man and a liberated sage. When he is absorbed in Brahman, the glory of glories, the soul of souls, the Jivanmukta will not be able to work. But, when he comes down from his full Brahmic consciousness owing to the force of Prarabdha destiny and Vikshipa Sakti, tossing of the mind, he will pour forth his love at the cry of a suffering soul. So radiant and compassionate is he. He is the ocean of mercy and love and peace. A Buddha or Jesus. Cosmic vision. The Jivanmukta beholds the one reality or God everywhere and in all things. For him there is no distinction between a rogue and a son, gold and stone, honor and dishonor. He actually feels that all is himself only, that snakes, scorpions, tigers, bears, and lions are as much part of himself as his own eyes, nose, ears, hands, and feet. He is one with the flower, ether, sun, ocean, mountain, and sky. He has cosmic vision and cosmic feelings. Samadhi Jnani and Vyavahara Jnani. The way of living of Jivanmuktas or sages differs. One sage lives in a princely style. Bhagiratha lived this kind of life. Another sage lives in a beggarly manner. One sage is always in a meditative mood. He never works. He never talks. He lives always in seclusion. Jadabharata lived this kind of life. Another sage lives in a busy crowded city. He plunges himself in service. He talks with the people. He delivers lectures, holds religious classes, writes books, etc. Sri Sankara led this kind of life. This is due to prarabdha. Every sage has his own prarabdha. If all sages have the same kind of living and the same kind of prarabdha, this world will be like a prison. Variety in manifestation is the nature of Prakriti. The jnani who has desire for worldly activities or vyavahara and works in the world is a vyavahara jnani. The jnani who withdraws himself completely from the universe is a samadhi jnani. Knowledge is the same in these two types of jnanas. But the samadhi jnani enjoys more ananda, bliss, than the vyavahara jnani. The samadhi jnani is one who is ever absorbed in Brahman. He does not see names and forms. The world has entirely vanished for him. He is quite unable to work. He is a musab, a silent sage of the highest category. He is a paramahamsa. Food has to be thrust forcibly in the case of a samadhi jnani. A vyavahara jnani will experience pain when his finger is cut. But a samadhi jnani will not experience pain even a bit even if his leg is amputated. The case of Shams Tabriz of Multan would serve as an example to justify the truth of the above statement. When he was skinned out, he laughed and uttered an alhaq. An alhaq. An alhaq means I am he, and corresponds to the Hindu Soam. A vyavahara jnani sees names and forms. A vyavahara jnani knows that this is Vishta, feces. This is chandana, sandal paste. This is a fool. This is an intelligent man. This is an adhikari, a qualified person. This is a rogue. This is an honest man. But he is not affected in his feelings. He is neither exalted when he gets success nor depressed when he fails. He neither loves an honest man nor hates the rogue. In this sense, he has samadrishti or equal vision. The desire for work in the case of the vyavahara jnani is due to his prarabdha. He uses his body and mind as his instruments just as a carpenter uses his tools. While working, he has not lost his Brahmic consciousness even for a second. He is settled always in the Chaitanya Svarupa or pure consciousness. The vyavahara jnani sees the whole world within himself. He sees nothing outside, just as you do. He sees through his divya drishti, divine perception, or jnanachakshus, divine vision, and not through the physical eyes. A jnani, with the help of the powerful lens, the eye of Atman, the self, God, sees the whole world with all the details of creation. He sees the astral body, the causal body with its samskaras, the pranic aura, psychic aura, magnetic aura, etc. of a man. It is very difficult for a worldly man with practical buddhi, intellect, to mentally visualize how a jnani sees the physical universe while he is working. How the Jivanmukta lives and works. A Jivanmukta is not a whimsical man. He is not bound by the rules of Sastra, scripture, or society, and yet, he will not deviate from Dharma, righteous conduct. All that he does will be in strict accordance with the scriptures or sacred books. He spontaneously does only what is good. An expert dancer never makes a false step. So is a Jivanmukta when he works. The sage works without effort, without agency, without egoism, attachment and desire. Like a child, his conduct is neither good nor evil. The Jivanmukta acts only like a child. The sense of right and wrong will be natural in him independently of scriptural teachings. He has destroyed all egoism. He is above karma, and karmas cannot touch him. He may, for the instruction of the world, perform works or refrain from forbidden acts. The Jivanmukta does not care for public criticism. He keeps a cool mind even when he is assaulted. He blesses those who persecute him. He beholds only his own self everywhere. His mark or characteristic is an internal mental state. It cannot be perceived or detected by others. The Lord uses him for his divine work. Physical nudity and mental nudity. A Brahmajnani or Jivanmukta need not be a genius. He need not be an eloquent speaker, orator, lecturer, or professor, but he is calm, serene, and tranquil. He is taciturn and silent. His silence is superior eloquence. He has divine wisdom and intuitive knowledge. In his presence, all doubts are cleared. Householders make wrong judgments in deciding the nature of a Jivanmukta. They take into consideration only the external conditions of a Jivanmukta. Even educated people commit mistakes in this regard. A sadhu may be physically nude. He may not keep anything with him. He may use his hands as the begging bowl and live underneath a tree. He may live in a forest. Yet, he may be the greatest scoundrel. He may be the most worldly minded man with internal and external attachments. He may dance in joy when he gets an 8-anna piece, money, for his opium smoking. His mind may be full of distractions and disturbances. Whereas, a man may live in the bustle of a town or city. He may lead the life of a big babu, gentleman. He may wear fashionable dress. He may cap dainties. Yet he may not have the least attachment and craving for anything. Sri Ramanuja lived amidst luxuries. There had been instances of realized persons who had elephants, horses, all royal paraphernalia without being affected in the least by these external objects. They had always Jnananashtha, one who is established in the knowledge of Brahman, and Svarupa Sthiti, the natural state, amidst multifarious activities. This is integral development. This is the gist of the Bhagavad Gita. This is the central teaching of Lord Krishna. What is wanted is mental nudity. Jnana is purely an internal state. The external marks are no sure criterion. The ways of a Jnani are mysterious. Only a Jivanmukta can know a Jivanmukta. The description given of a Jnani in the Bhagavad Gita and various other books is quite inadequate, incomplete, and imperfect. His state can never be imagined by the limited mind and can never be described by the finite speech. He shines in his own pristine glory. He will sometimes appear like a Sarvajna, all-knower. He will sometimes appear like an Ajnani, ignorant man. He knows when to act like a Brahmanashtha, one who is established in the knowledge of Brahmin, and when to behave like a fool. Do not judge him. If you approach him with the proper bhava, feeling, with faith, devotion, and spiritual thirst, he will impart the highest knowledge to you. If you approach him with a bad motive, he will behave like a madman, and you will be deceived. Great will be your loss then. A blessing to the world. A Jivanmukta is a sustainer of the world. He is a source of perpetual inspiration. He is an embodiment through which divine grace is transmitted to the unregenerated men. Like flowers that bloom to scent and purify the air around. Great souls like Sadasava Brahman, Yajnavalkya, spring up in the world to gladden men's heart and to lead them to immortality and perfection. The Jivanmukta is a powerhouse of spiritual energy. He radiates his spiritual currents to the different comers of the world. Sit before him. Your doubts will be cleared by themselves. You will feel a peculiar thrill of joy and peace in his presence. The Jivanmukta, like unto holy waters, purifies others by mere sight, touch, and the utterance of his name. Sometimes he remains unnoticed. Sometimes he becomes known to those who desire welfare. He eats food offered to him by pious devotees and burns up their past and future evils or impurities. A Jivanmukta or a sin is the ultimate source of knowledge of the soul. Satsang with the Jivanmukta even for a minute is much better than rulership of a kingdom. His very presence is thrilling and inspiring. Seek his company and evolve. Serve him with faith and devotion. The sage lives forever. The sage lives forever. He has attained life everlasting. Cravings torture him not. Sin stain him not. Birth and death touch him not. Pains and tribulations torment him not. A Jivanmukta may give up his body in any place, at any time. Just as the falling leaves and fruits of a tree will not affect the tree itself, so also, the dropping of the body will not affect the Atman, which survives like the tree. His pranas do not depart elsewhere for transmigration. They are absorbed in Brahman after the exhaustion of his prarabdha, the results of past actions that have already begun to bear fruit. He is freed from further births. The Jivanmukta is freed from the trammels of mind and matter. He is absolutely free, perfect, independent. He is absolutely free from hatred, lust, cares, worries, and anxieties. Everybody will surely like this state of beatitude or final emancipation. It is the final goal of life. It is the end of all human aspirations. The state of Jivanmukti is the be-all and end-all of existence. There is fullness in this state. All desires are burned. It is a state of plenum of absolute satisfaction. There is no gain greater than this. No bliss greater than this. No wisdom greater than this. There At the summit of the hill of eternal bliss, you can see now the Jivanmukta, or a full-blown yogi. He has climbed the stupendous heights through intense and constant struggle. He did severe, rigorous spiritual sadhana. He did profound nididhyasana, or meditation. He spent sleepless nights. He kept long vigils on several halting stages. He persevered with patience and diligence. He has surmounted many obstacles. He conquered despair, gloom, and depression. He is a beacon light to the world now. Remember that he was also rotting in those days in the quagmire of samsara, the round of births and death. Like yourself, you can also ascend to summit if only you will. Divine Life Society Spiritual Life, A Perspective. Chapter 10. 10. Meditation. Know-how. In the modern world, the pace is fast and most people are running after one thing or another. The work world has a competitive intensity that pushes people to strive to improve their performance, until the stress can become almost unbearable. Advertisements are ever sending out images of success stories, of film stars, athletes and celebrities with more fame, beauty and buying power than the rest of us. The latest cars, houses, and other flashy goods are kept constantly before our eyes. So the consumer society incites us to have more and more, rather than just to be. Too often the symptoms of a distressed body are ignored, when in fact a calmer lifestyle would be a great benefit to one's health. Essentially all want to be happy, and free from sorrow. Even when one is perfectly satisfied materially, there is nevertheless often something lacking in one's life. To find what is missing and quench the thirst of the spirit for peace and serenity, a discerning person may start a search for inner peace and happiness that may ultimately lead to the practice of meditation. Most religions teach some form of meditation or prayer. In India, many realized souls have taught the benefits of yogic meditation, and its techniques have traveled across the world and are now practiced in many different countries. People are eagerly taking to the practice of meditation to better understand themselves and their world. Many yoga centers and ashrams are welcoming seekers of all ages and backgrounds to their meditation classes. People long for meditation not in the same way they might for the latest merchandise of the consumer society, but because they recognize its intrinsic value and benefit. It brings peace of mind and soothes the heart. In the beginning stages of meditation one observes the intense play of the mind, and one wonders if it will ever become still. But with regular practice the mind becomes peaceful, and one reaches a state of inner silence and serenity. That silence points the way to yoga, that is the eventual cessation of the thought process, as well as the movement towards communion with the Spirit Divine. It is advised to practice meditation in the early hours of the morning, midday and at dusk. Regular practice will ensure that the body and mind are recharged with divine energy, and tension of body and mind are gradually reduced. The regular practice of meditation can help modern man to transform his whole being. The inner absorption helps one to touch at times the source of one's being, Once established in the practice, there is a continual process of letting go and inner surrender to the self. In the following pages we have gathered teachings of revered Swami Sivananda Maharaj, revered Swami Chidananda Maharaj, and revered Swami Krishnananda that will light the way to a greater understanding of the process of meditation. The revered Mahatmas have practiced meditation and realized the truth of the Upanishads concerning the nature of the self. They are sharing here the nectar of these teachings on meditation. 10.1 Method of Meditation by Swami Chidananda. Blessed and beloved seekers upon the path of God realization, seekers on the path of yoga, devotees of the Lord and yogis upon the upward ascending path of yoga sadhana. Welcome to our sharing in the name of beloved and worshipful Holy Master, Swami Sivananda Maharaj, the prophet of divine life and messenger to practical spiritual living in this 20th century. This is dedicated to him and to you all. The theme, Methods of Meditation, is intended more for the purpose of bringing about clearness in your ideas regarding the subject of meditation and its methods and less to provide you with any new information and instruction. It is intended more to clear up misconceptions and set right your thinking upon this subject and less to provide special or additional information upon the subject. Certainly, it is also to bring certain new insights precisely with the intention of removing misconceptions and clarifying views. Because today, the subject most written about, talked about and taught more than any other in all countries of the world is that of meditation. Maybe it is second only to diet eating. What to eat, how much to eat, what not to eat, eating fads. Meditation has got a close challenger in the subject of diet. Go to any part of the world. In all countries you will find people talking meditation. It is hip everywhere. It is a mod subject. People want to talk about meditation, to hear about meditation, to discuss meditation and to do meditation. It is a very good sign. It shows that one of the most important things, in fact, the most important thing for which man has taken human birth, is now pervasively present in the mind of man in human society everywhere. Old people meditate, as they ought to, as they are at the end point of their lives and nearing the exit. Young people meditate, children meditate, university students meditate. Business executives meditate. Men and women both meditate. Everywhere people are meditating and doing yoga. Bookshelves in bookstores are filled with books on meditation. Every type of book in various languages of the world. This being the case, there seems to be little that people do not know about meditation, and that is precisely why this talk is necessary. If you get to know thoroughly one type of meditation, then you are in a fairly good position. You know what you have studied. You know what you have to do and you start doing it. But when there are hundreds of books about all types of meditation and you start getting into the study of all of them, you don't do any of them. It is like the great teacher Ramakrishna said, you start digging for water 10 or 12 feet in one place, then you go to another. You will never get water. You have to keep at one place and dig deep enough. Then you are sure to hit water. What happens? There being too many ways of meditation publicized through bookstores and publications, the reader gets confusing and conflicting ideas about the subject. He becomes more puzzled rather than getting a clear-cut idea of the process. Among the popular subjects on which thousands of books have come out in recent decades, meditation takes a prime place. In this profusion of books of meditation, there are some very good standard books which address themselves to and take up the task of expounding the time-honored and well-established classical methods of meditation, thus bringing more light by explaining them in a clear, detailed and practical way. This is certainly valuable additional knowledge upon texts that have existed for hundreds of years. Many other new types, that is, original brands of meditative techniques, copyright brands which are the sole monopoly of certain teachers, are also abundantly evident today. This sometimes causes a great deal of uncertainty and confusion. However, there is no denying the fact that meditation is the most important of all inner processes. Meditation is the most important process in the attempt of man to transcend his present state of consciousness and to attain a higher state of spiritual consciousness. Meditation still remains the most important of all practices, the key to blessedness, the portal to higher consciousness, the doorway to illumination. Its importance cannot be overemphasized, it cannot be exaggerated. From time immemorial, all great scriptures have tried to tell us precisely the central place meditation occupies in the practical spiritual life of the seeking individual soul. It is the technique par excellence for transcending earth consciousness, body-bound consciousness, and attaining the state of supramental spiritual consciousness. It is significant fact that the science of yoga is also referred to as the science of meditation, Patanjali, because in the ultimate context all the varied yoga processes are nothing but preparation to take the practitioner to the state of meditation, training him, making him fit to engage in meditation. All the disciplines of yoga are so many preparations, guiding the practitioner to sit steadily, withdraw his mind, still the thoughts, concentrate the mind upon one focal point and merge it into intense, deep, one-pointed meditation. That which is cognized by the yogis in a state of meditation, he whom the yogis perceive in a mind that has been lifted up to a state of meditation. That being I adore. Master Swami Sivananda has written an entire book called Concentration and Meditation. Another knowledgeable book is simply called Meditation by monks of the Ramakrishna order. All the different monks are senior people well established in spiritual life, well grounded in knowledge of the scriptures and the practice of meditation. A more recent publication culled from various utterances and sayings of the great Swami Vivekananda of hallowed memory has been compiled into a book, Meditation and Its Methods, by Swami Vivekananda. There is no doubt that all of you could benefit immensely by making a study of these books. At least whatever information is given in them should be your background, your basis upon which you can add a little knowledge of recent trends. But these books will give a sound basis of what you should know about the subject. Meditation in its simplest general form means an attempt of the mind to stop thinking of multifarious things, to stop its constant, restless movement of flitting from one thought to another, and trying to think about a single thing. It is an attempt to unify thought, so that the almost ceaseless restlessness of the mental waves is calmed and made to subside, and there is in the mind a lake of certain stillness. In that state of stillness, mind attempts to hold on to a single idea. This is meditation. As a pure exercise in mental discipline, this one idea can be anything you find is easy to fix your mind on. It may be a beautiful flower. It may be your visualization of the full moon in a calm, placid night sky. Or it may be a star in the heavens, or a point of light. Whatever is pleasing to and attracts the mind and enables the mind easily and spontaneously, without effort, to focus itself. That is chosen as the focal point. This is an exercise, a discipline for the mind, gradually to give up its constant tossing about and to remain stationary. It is natural for the mind to dwell on whatever it likes, whatever is appealing to it. Therefore, the object is left entirely to the choice of the individual meditator who is trying to train the mind to become one-pointed. Classically, meditation always means trying to fix the mind on the eternal, on the great reality. That which does not change, that which does not pass, that which is eternal and imperishable, that which is permanent and indestructible, the beginningless and the endless. For you must recognize that meditation is the science of religion, the practical aspect of the inner content of religion, whose outer form may vary from religion to religion, but consists of certain ways of worship, ceremonials and rituals. Though the outer form may vary, the ultimate inner content by which man seeks to make his religion the means of attaining the goal of life is the same. It is that which makes his religion the means for accomplishing the mission for which he has come into this world, of realizing his true nature and attaining a state of liberated consciousness, transcending all sorrow, pain and suffering, and becoming established in a state of joy, the peace that passeth understanding. A state of fearlessness and freedom. A state of supreme divine exaltation. This is the mission of the individual soul, and meditation is employed as the highest method accomplishing that mission. In this case, the focal point of meditation becomes the great reality, becomes God, the universal soul, the cosmic being. So, as a spiritual process, being the ultimate inner quintessence of the science of religion, meditation is always upon the divine reality which is your eternal source, origin and abode. It is where you belong. Meditation means fixing your mind and getting absorbed in that. But as a discipline and training technique, it is the focusing of the mind on anything upon which the mind can easily be focused. It may be upon a candle flame, upon a dot on the wall, the symbol OM or a crucifix, or on a personal form of deity, the child Jesus, Buddha, Rama, Krishna, Mother Mary, or it may be the merging of your mind on the sound OM. All these different objects of concentration train the mind towards the state of one-pointedness to the exclusion of any contrary ideas. Meditation requires a subtle mind. The vast majority of people have minds, which are very gross, because they are constantly engaged in thinking only of gross things, material objects, and physical experience. Naturally, mind assumes the state of that level of thing upon which it is settled, whereas the supreme reality, the cosmic being, universal soul, is a transcendental principle more subtle than the subtlest, beyond the perception of the five senses. We cannot see it, hear it, touch it, smell it, or taste it. It is different from the mind and mental processes, because they are all confined to time and space. They are limited and finite, and they function upon a relative framework of cause and effect, whereas the great reality is an absolute principle, non-dual, not limited to anything, infinite, not confined in time or space. Thus, meditation upon this transcendental, subtle, supramundane principle, whom we call the cosmic being, the eternal reality, requires a subtle, purified, very, very refined mind, because it is abstract. This is well-known hurdle, a great difficulty, that man is habitually thinking only of things created upon objects in this physical world with name and form, shape and color. It is very difficult for him to engage his mind in thinking of something with neither name, nor form, nor color, nor any dimension. The great ancient masters explained to us another aspect of the supreme reality which is equally valid. Ist is the impersonal absolute, but is also the personal divine being, the deity, God, that is concerned in creation as its creator, sustainer, and its ultimate dissolver, as that aspect of the supreme being besides its transcendent, abstract, non-dual aspect. There is also the deity as cosmic personal being to whom you can pray and who lifts you up to a state of cognizance of the impersonal reality. Therefore, let not this hurdle deter you or turn you away from an attempt to realize God. It is not necessary to straightaway jump into the heights of the absolute, nameless, formless, transcendental being. You can approach it by that which is tangible to you in the form of a personal deity. Thus they have given us methods of relating ourselves to the personal God through faith and devotion of the heart. Commence your training for meditation by sitting steadily, withdrawing the mind and visualizing before you the radiant presence of the personal deity in the form of your choice. That is the wonderful uniqueness of the Vedic religion called Hinduism, that in order to provide a suitable focal point for a wide-ranging variety of human temperaments and capacities and tastes, the one indivisible, non-dual supreme reality has been given in numerous idealistic divine forms. It is not only a single stereotyped concept of the personal God that we have as substitute, in case of inability to think about the formless. No, even in the substitute they have given a wide range of variety, so no matter where you are, Whatever your particular taste and temperament, you find a certain suitable concept, an aspect of the personal God for your own meditation, to which you can easily relate. Thus we have the concept of Vishnu, or Narayana, or Shiva, or Blessed Mother, or Rama, or Krishna. This is not superstition or polytheism or idolatry. The great masters of the ancient Vedic religion were practical people. They were not satisfied with a religion which implied only faith and belief, but they wanted a religion that could be lived and practiced, ultimately to attain the deepest personal spiritual experience. They wanted to give actual practical techniques, and in the context of the needs of various types of seeking, individual souls that come into this area of the scientific practice of religion. They expounded the presence of numerous aspects of the manifestation of the one, non-dual divine principle, God, Brahman. There are innumerable manifestations of that divine essence, and they are all an answer to a felt need. To enter into a great building, a vast complex of offices, you can have 100 different doors, but all give access to the same interior. Each particular concept of a personal deity constitutes a door by which to enter that Brahmic experience. It is due to this knowledge that the followers of the Vedic religion are not too perturbed by charges of idolatry leveled against them. They maintain their peace. They do not try to justify or defend themselves, because they know that what appears on the surface to the superficial observer to be something barbarous or cruel is nothing but a common sense situation to answer felt needs, to provide for the necessity of practitioners of the inner and not outer content of religion. Therefore, the method of meditation may take the form of a steady dwelling upon a certain aspect of personal deity, Rama, Vishnu, Shiva, Narayana. They went even further. They not only gave these different names, but even with a single name like Rama, said that you can meditate on different forms. If you wish, you can meditate on Rama as a youthful prince, or as a monarch sitting upon a throne, or upon Rama clad in bark cloth, holding only a bow and arrow in a forest background, or upon Rama the child, the baby prince in the place courtyard. So a single aspect of deity may be worshipped in different ways. The same with Vishnu. Some worship the child Krishna, some the youth Krishna, some the warrior Krishna, some the Jagatguru Krishna, world teacher, who expounded the Gita wisdom to his disciple Arjuna. Some worship Krishna as a transcendental being, apparently with form but nameless, formless, all-pervading and dwelling all beings, as he who holds infinite universes within him. Krishna, Satchidananda, ocean of bliss. They are incarnations. They came upon the earth and illumined the earth, and during their lifetime, they pass through various stages which any human being passes through: infancy, youth, prime of manhood, middle age. So as your temperament pulls you, you can approach him in any form. Even so, the Divine Mother is given in many varying forms. Some seek to worship her as Lakshmi, some as Durga or Kali. Some worship her as Saraswati, or as Parvati. But the essence of the meditative technique is the same. Whether the method you employ is the method of the personal God or the abstract concept, it is the stilling of the body movements, keeping the body in a state of poise, and withdrawing the mind from its outgoing tendencies distracted and wandering amongst many objects, and stilling the thoughts with dwelling with the indrawn mind in one pointed concentration upon God. It is the same with the worship of Krishna, Vishnu, Rama, Shiva or Devi. It is the keeping out of contrary thought, unifying the mind upon one single flow, moving towards the concept behind this idea or thought, towards what it implies, what it connotes to you. This is the inner content of the form taken by meditation, no matter what kind it is. In this process, you repeat over and over again the name that most happily and appropriately denotes the object on which you want to fix your mind. This repetition of a term which indicates that object is very helpful. It helps to keep up the continuity of thought, because without this external aid there comes breaks in the thought flow because of the oscillating tendency of the mind. Mind swings away from the central thought for a moment and goes to some other thing, then comes back again. But if it is hedged in, as it were, by the repetition of a certain name or term while simultaneously it is thinking about that which you are repeating, then the mind current, the stream of mental thought, being hedged in on both sides like a river flowing between two banks, cannot overflow and go off in diverse directions. Even so, the repetition of a name and listening to the sound becomes a channel for the thought stream to flow toward the object. This is a great help. Divine name. Not any name, but divine name because it implies to you the meaning of the object upon which you are trying to focus your mind. At the same time, the subtle movement of prana is remotely associated with the breath that goes in your nostrils. By the regulation and control of your breath, the subtle movement of prana also becomes influenced, regulated and controlled. By this remote control of prana, the mind through activity and prana being interconnected, this regulation and control in inner prana becomes very helpful in keeping the thought flow unhampered and concentrated and flowing in the desired direction. Therefore, when you are sitting and trying to meditate, and the mind is trying to attain steadiness, at the point try to restrain the breath for a little while, without any feeling of pressure or discomfort. There should not be pressure, because then the very object with which you move the prana will become thwarted, will become nullified. The whole purpose and aim is that this temporary cessation should add to and supplement the stillness you are trying to bring into the mind by dwelling upon the object of your meditation. That stillness is aided by bringing about a stillness in a subtle prana, which is brought about by temporary cessation of the breath at the right moment. A little bit of breath control at the right moment aids in arresting the inner pranic activity, and that aids the concentration of the mind. In this great method of meditation, physical stillness, the stoppage of the breath and resulting stillness in pranic activity, temporarily all bring about a stillness of the mind. At the time of the state of stillness of the mind there should be keen, alert awareness of what you are meditating upon. You should not fall into a mood of forgetfulness. That would not be meditation, but a gentle unconscious drowsing, with the body seated in a comfortable pose and in a state of quiescence. Try to still the thoughts. Temporarily there is stillness of thought and you experience a certain sense of absence of restlessness. In that quietude the tendency of the mind is to go into a gentle drowse. If there is a lack of sharp awareness of the thing upon which you are meditating, that acuter awareness is the essence of meditation. All the other conditions are for making it possible. That acute awareness is a condition of sattva, through the subduing of rajas. And if that acute awareness is lost, rajas is subdued but sattva also disappears. Then what will be the state? We call it tamas. There is a gentle state of forgetfulness and drowsiness. Pleasant, but it will not pay you in the path of yoga. By all means this should be avoided. Those who try to meditate upon the impersonal absolute, the formless Brahman, beyond name, form, time and space, the unmanifest, employ methods that are exactly opposite. With the personal dualistic meditation the mind is made to dwell upon a certain concrete form according to the deity visualized, a very definite scientific form and appearance, but all of them are full of grace, of divinity, of luminosity because they are not material, gross forms, but spiritual forms. They are non-material, made up of pure Satchidananda. These forms are characterized by a luminosity and brightness, beauty and divinity. Though they differ, these are their common characteristics, no matter what the form is. In the impersonal absolute those who do Advaitic Vedantic meditation, for them there is no form, only the visualization of Parabrahman as a state of light, of existence in infinity, of eternal being, of luminous consciousness, boundless, an ocean of consciousness, a state of impersonal pure bliss. This is the method of meditating upon the absolute Brahman, where once and for all you drop all thoughts of name and form of this external universe, this relative world, where you go beyond name and form and dwell upon the nameless, formless reality, the unmanifest supreme reality. This is Vedantic meditation upon the impersonal absolute. But some Vedantins employ a different method of meditation. They do not so much dwell upon the external reality, but rather they prefer to meditate upon their own innermost self as the eternal reality. I am myself, that eternal reality. I am not this body, not this mind, not these senses, not this intellect. I have no name and form. I am not an individual being. I have no bounds. I am eternal, infinity, unborn, deathless. I am the supreme all-pervading reality. They meditate not upon Parabrahman as described in the Upanishads. They meditate upon their own innermost self as non-different from the eternal reality. They are pure Vedantins. They deny even their separate personal being. They reject the human personality as being a myth. They equate it with the person whom you dream about when you see yourself in a dream going to various places, doing various things, as you see yourself in a dream at night. That you in the dream. When you wake up you know it did appear to exist, but it did not have a actual existence. That it was only for a short time a projection in the dream. When you wake up it disappears. It is no more. Even so, they declare that this present state of consciousness is only a temporary projection and you will wake up into a reality consciousness, eternity consciousness, infinity consciousness. Then you suddenly realize that it never was. It does not exist. This I personality does not exist. And meditating upon themselves as infinite eternal being, they seek to enter into a consciousness of non-dual, pure identity with the Supreme Being. I and my Father are one. Aham Brahmanasmi Soham Sivaham. This is not the meditation of devotees. Those who prefer to keep a dualist consciousness of worshipper and the worshipped, of lover and beloved, adorer and adored object. This is not the method for such people, but rather for the pure Vedantin, who wants to become established in a non-dual state of consciousness where there are no two, no meditator and meditated object. Only one beyond all distinctions. Followers of Shankarachary's absolute monism meditate upon the affirmation, Aham Brahmanasmi. I am the Supreme Reality. I am neither body, mind, senses, prana, intellect, none of these changing finite factors. I shine as the eternal reality. I myself am without name, form, without body. That is a different type of meditation altogether. It is called the pure Vedic meditation, and it goes a step beyond the nameless and formless being, a ray meditating upon the sun. But here there is no ray, no drop, no individual being. Follow sattvic diet and the careful avoidance of distracting activity that is avoidable and unnecessary to you, and keep a serene interior, unagitated by negative feelings, allowing things to be without being upset by the state of things outside yourself. Do not allow yourself to be too much agitated by the world's condition, but take a philosophical attitude. The world does not owe you a certain standard of behavior. Take the attitude that I am not a school teacher and the world my classroom. It was there before I came. I may owe a certain type of behavior to the world, but the world owes me nothing. It will continue on after I go. So let me take it as it comes and let me live it without grasping. This does not mean becoming heartless and callous towards things which are brought to your notice, such as suffering in the world. It does not mean that you should not bother about it. It means not bothering yourself about things which you cannot change, about things with which you have no concern, but being positively concerned about things which come within the area of your own immediate obligations and duties. By doing the right thing by it and then forgetting it, by not being overly involved. You must know how to do the right thing in a situation, yet be detached. Stand back and know I have not done it. Ego has not done it. God has done it. He knows more and better how to deal with it than I. Whom am I? A grain in the seashore of life. Thus, being fully aware that in the ultimate context it is God that is controlling the world. Don't allow yourself to become too upset and agitated by things. Carefully steer clear of negative attitudes about people and things, thus keeping the interior serenity as untouched as you possibly can. Keep out of your life avoidable distractions which are not necessary for you. Avoid the company of such people who make you restless, who make your mind agitated, who create disturbances in your mind. You should not keep such contact if you want to have serenity and peace. If you want to be able to meditate, thus wisely use your common sense, which was given to you by God. As an intelligent human individual, wisely and cautiously keep out of such associations, such company, such situations and occupations, which needlessly disturb and distract your mind. Try to bring into your life factors that will help to stabilize your mind. Dispassion, detachment, discrimination, philosophical attitude, the refusal to react violently to outer stimuli, contentment and satisfaction, control of desire, surrender to the will of God. Always hold on to a certain background of thought in the midst of distracting things. Employing all these methods will gradually build up an interior that is suitable and fit and capable of entering into a meditative state. It is only with a fit instrument that you can do a very specialized procedure. You cannot pare your nails with a blunt pair of scissors. You cannot shave yourself with a blade that has rusted. If that is so in an ordinary procedure, how can you hope to meditate with a mind that is always upset, full of distraction, and involved in things which cause restlessness? At every step one has to use common sense. At every step one has to draw from one's own previous experience. You have lived in the world long enough. You know what situations upset your mind, what brings in disturbances and confusion. You have learned enough and experienced enough, so you are expected to keep out of situations which are likely to lead you again into an undesirable state of mind. That is why God gives you experiences. You are expected to remember them, make use of them, and become wise, and not once again get into the same net by which you have been caught hundreds of times. Then whatever method of meditation you employ will be effective and progressive. Apply the lessons you have learned from previous experiences because your mind is yours. You are the only person who can manage your mind. The physician cannot take the medicine to cure the patient. He can only prescribe it for him. It is prescribed here now, but the medicine will have to be taken by the meditator because the mind belongs to the meditator and the life of the meditator also belongs to the meditator. The outer life and the mind of the meditator are closely connected because of the simple fact that your outer life is also lived with the same mind. You have to think and get involved in situations with the same mind. You have to relate to other people with the same mind. And with that same mind you are supposed to do yoga and meditate and attain samadhi. So you don't have two separate minds. One for functioning in this world to be put aside when you go into the meditation room. Therefore, the need for being wise, for using common sense, for always remembering past experiences and applying them to present situations so that the mind is not in any way disturbed and rendered unsuitable for prayer and meditation. If you are always cautious and live in the light of past experience and wisely avoid pitfalls and do not create situations likely to upset and disturb your mind, then your interior will keep its spiritual state to carry on undisturbed prayer, contemplation and meditation. These then are the three different methods of approach to meditation. 1. The method of identity, where you reject your personality altogether. I do not exist. There is only existence. Whatever there is, that is what I am. It is a non-dual state of meditation, where your identity merges with the ultimate reality too. This is a lesser type of meditation where you feel yourself as the individual soul, like a river moving towards the ocean. It has no form, no name, no shape. It is not a person. This is meditation upon the impersonal absolute, Satchidananda. Here you still retain your awareness as the meditator. 3. The third is the method of meditation upon a personal deity, in which you relate to him with devotion, divine love, spiritual emotion. You meditate on the form of the deity which is favorite to you, on that all-perfect, divine personality who can hear your prayers, who can bless you, grace you, respond to your prayers. Relate yourself in a specific way as to a divine father, divine mother, as your guide, protector, and friend. These three methods more or less generally sum up the content of all meditations, whether it be in the context of Christianity, or Islam, or the Hebrew, Judaic religion or Zoroastrian religion. They are either the non-dual state of meditation, or the impersonal absolute state of meditation, or the pure personal state of meditation. These three classes cover in a broad way the entire range of meditative methods within the context of the different living religions of the world. Specific techniques may differ. Zen meditation is an attempt to approach the impersonal absolute, but it employs a heroic method of trying to confront the relative mind with an almost insoluble paradox, so that it goes on struggling and attempting to solve an insoluble thing, and bashing its head against the wall as it were, until it falls back exhausted, almost broken, devastated, and in the state of near self-destruction. Suddenly the consciousness goes beyond the mind, to the state of no mind. But that is a very strenuous and violent technique. Very few are suited for it. It requires great powers of endurance. The weak-minded become crazy or have a nervous breakdown. In a classical Zen technique as practiced in Japan, it is a very difficult discipline. 15 to 18 hours in each 24 hours period. People here are suited for it. It is not easy. It is almost traumatic, and it is meant to be. The mind is blasted as it were by the overwhelming obstacles against which it tries to pit itself. That is Zen meditation. At the same time, there is another class of Zen meditation, where the people do not meditate at all. They say everything is meditation. We are always in a state of meditation. Be here now. Be in it. Whatever you are doing, be fully in it. Lose yourself. So you have the Zen of drawing, the Zen of cleaning motorbike, the Zen of entering into whatever you do, so totally and completely that you are no more there. The consciousness becomes uplifted out of its narrow confines of the self, and you are aware only of pure consciousness, aware only of awareness. That, they say, should be a continuing thing. It should be the very flow of your life, the Zen of normal life, the Zen of being, pure you, in the most natural pristine state, at all times, in all situations. That also requires a certain unification of attention, though not as strenuous as classical Zen, which is a science, a technique. Here it is an art. The natural flow of consciousness and total attention is an art mastered by continuous practice. It does not come in a day. As I told you, I am not going into the various specific techniques. There are 100 techniques. But I have given you the broad methods of meditation within the classical religious frame. Within this frame of classical religion, meditation always means an attempt to meditate upon God, upon the ultimate reality. But this technique can be used for various things. If you want to get rid of a very bad temper, you can meditate on peace, on Lord Jesus, on Buddha, on Mahatma Gandhi, all of whom were devoid of anger. You can meditate upon the disadvantages of anger, and meditate upon one of these glorious beings who were the very embodiment of angerlessness, passionlessness. Then meditate upon yourself as already in possession of this angerless state, fully and completely free of anger and full of joy. Meditate upon yourself as already in the state of perfection. This is also a method of meditation that can be used in order to overcome a specific negative quality, and to grow into a spiritual quality. It can be used to overcome fear, as we are always full of fear. Meditate upon fearlessness, the advantages of being fearless, the disadvantages of being timid and full of fear. Then meditate upon some fearless being, like Joan of Arc, or any other fearless person. Meditate upon yourself as already possessed of absolute courage. In this way, meditative techniques can be used at different levels. If you want to master a subject, you can meditate upon that subject. What I have given you is the classical spiritual meditation, which is the inner content of practical religion of all the major religions of the world. I have given you 3 broad methods. 1. Personal dualistic meditation. 2. Impersonal non-dualistic meditation. And 3. The absolute monistic meditation of identifying yourself with the absolute. And I have told you the important factors that are directly connected to successful meditation. Upon the basis of these ideas, which you have received today, you must further build up very clear ideas about meditation. There must be 100 different types of meditation, but that does not mean anything to your toil. You must know what is the suitable thing for you, adopt it, and stick to it. There are various things which do not necessarily have relevance to you. There are many people, so different meditation techniques are necessary. Textbooks are necessary because there are Buddhists following the Buddhism, Christians following Christian mediation. There are books describing the meditations of Saint Ignatius of Loyola, meditations upon the Passion of Christ, the stages of the cross. This is necessary because there are devout Catholics who want to meditate. It is also necessary because there are people who do not want self-realization or God realization or spiritual illumination, but they do want to get rid of tension. They want to sleep well, to have a calm mind and to calm their emotions. They want inner poise and freedom from tension, so they need no tranquilizers or sleeping pills. Also, they want to develop memory, more attention and powers of concentration. If you are a lawyer, a student, or a businessman, all these things are going to pay rich dividends. That is all right. They get what they want. Maybe they get a lot more inner relaxation and freedom from tension and pressure. So that also is necessary. They all have their place and answer certain specific needs. But as a seeker, you must decide for yourself what you are seeking. What is the ultimate experience that you wish to attain? What type of meditation is meant for you? Then you must adopt the invaluable discipline techniques in order to help you bring about concentration of the mind and to banish distraction. 10.2 Hint of Meditation 1. Be careful in the selection of your companions. Talk little. Observe mauna, silence. Do not mix with undesirable persons. Have satsanga, association with the wise men. Read good, inspiring books too. When desires arise in the mind, do not try to fulfill them. Reject them as soon as they arise. Thus, by gradual practice, the desires can be reduced. The modifications of mind will also diminish a lot, because when the fuel of desire is exhausted, the fire of thought also will slowly get extinguished. 3. Retire to a quiet place or room, so that your mind may feel quite secure and at rest. The ideal condition cannot be always obtained, in which case, you should do the best you can. You should be alone yourself in communion with God or Brahman. Close your eyes. Have deep silent meditation. Feel his presence. Repeat his name Om with fervor, joy and love. Fill your heart with prem, love. Destroy the sankalpas, thoughts, shims, fancies and desires when they arise from the surface of the mind. Withdraw the wandering mind and fix it on the Lord. Now nistha, meditation, will become deep and intense. Don't open your eyes. Don't stir from the seat. Merge in him. Drive deep into the recesses of the heart. Plunge into the shining Atma. Drink the nectar of immortality. Enjoy the silence now. I shall leave you there alone. Nectar's son. Rejoice. Rejoice. Peace. Peace. Silence. Silence. Glory. Glory for Saguna and Naguna Dhyana. To meditate on a name and form of the Lord is saguna dhyana. This is concrete meditation. Meditate on any form of God you like, and repeat his name mentally. This is saguna dhyana. Or repeat Om mentally and meditate on abstract ideas like infinity, eternity, purity, consciousness, truth, bliss, etc. Identifying these with yourself. This is Naguna Dhyana. Stick to one method. In the initial stages, Saguna Dhyana alone is suitable for the vast majority of persons. Before doing meditation, do 20 mild kumbhakas, retention of breath, pranayama. Then sit for meditation. You will have good meditation. Pranayama drives away tandralasa, drowsiness and laziness, and makes the mind steady. 5. You must have a mental image of God or Brahman before you begin to meditate. Have a background of thought, either a concrete background of your Ishtamurti along with the mantra, or an abstract background of the idea of infinity with Om if you are a student of Jnana Yoga. This will destroy all other worldly thoughts and take you to the goal. Through force of habit, the mind will at once take shelter in the background the moment you release it from worldly activities. If the mind is restless or wandering, sit in a quiet room, or lie down in savasana like a dead man for 15 minutes and relax the body and mind completely. 6. Keep a picture of your Ishta in the room, and also some religious books, the Gita, the Upanishads, the Yoga Vasishta, the Bhagavata, etc. Spread your asana in front of the picture of your Ishta. 7. Sit in Padma, Siddha, Sukha, or Swastika asana. Lock the fingers. The asana posture should become as firm as a rock. Keep the head, neck and trunk in the straight line. Lock the fingers. Do not bend either forward or backward. Face the east or the north. A spiritual neophyte should observe this rule. In facing the north, he is in communion with the rishis of the Himalayas, and he is mysteriously benefited by their current state. When you are a neophyte in meditation, start repeating some sublime slokas or stotras or hymns for 10 minutes as soon as you sit for meditation. This will elevate the mind. Then the mind can be easily withdrawn from the worldly objects. Then stop this kind of thinking also and fix the mind on one idea only by repeated and strenuous efforts. Then nishtha will ensue. 9. When you meditate on Lord Krishna in the beginning, keep his picture in front of you. Look at it with steady gazing without winking. See his feet first, then the yellow silken robe, then the ornaments around his neck, then his face, earrings, crown on the head set with diamonds, then his armlets, bracelets, then his conch, disc, mace and lotus. Then start again from the feet and repeat the same process. Do this again and again for half an hour. When you feel tired, look steadily on the face only. Then close your eyes and mentally visualize the picture and rotate the mind on the different parts, as you did before. Do this practice for 3 months. 10. When you sit for meditation in the morning, send out your love and peace to all living beings. Say, Sarvasham Shanta Bhavatu. May peace be unto all. Sarvasham Purnam Bhavantu. May prosperity be unto all. Loka Samastha Sukhina Bhavantu. May happiness be unto the whole world. 11. Practice regular systematic meditation during the same hours daily. Never let a day pass without meditation. You will get the meditative mood easily. Breathe slowly. Sit in the same place, at the same time every day. Have the right kind of mental attitude as taught by your guru, teacher. You can associate the attributes of God as omnipotence, omniscience, purity, perfection, etc. During the course of your meditation. 12. There is one good mood in those who practice meditation. It is termed the meditative mood. Those who practice concentration and meditation feel this kind of mood. When this mood manifests, you must immediately give up reading, writing, talking, etc. You must immediately sit on the usual asana and begin to meditate. Meditation will come by itself without efforts. This mood is very favorable for contemplation. Watch for the kind of mood. If light disturbs you, close the windows or put on a curtain along the window. A dark room is favorable for beginners in meditation. 13. Have a background of thought, either a concrete background of your Ishtamurti along with mantra, sacred syllable, or an abstract background of the idea of infinity with Om. If you are a student of Jnana Yoga, path of knowledge, this will destroy all other worldly thoughts and take you to the goal. Through force of the habit, the mind will at once take shelter in this background. The moment you release it from worldly activities. 14. Close the eyes. Concentrate the gaze on the Trikuti. Now chant Durga Pranava or long Om forcibly for 5 minutes. This will remove vikshepa or tossing of the mind. Concentration will ensue. Now repeat Om mentally with Brahma Bhavana. Whenever the mind begins to wander, again chant Om verbally. As soon as the mind gets calm, mentally repeat Om again. The same process can be adopted for Saguna meditation also. 15. Lord Jesus says, empty thyself and I will fill thee. This corresponds to the teaching of Patanjali Maharishi. Yoga Chittavritti Nirodha Yoga is restraint of all mental modifications. This emptying process or making the mind blank is no doubt a trying discipline, but continued practice of an intense type will bring success. There is no doubt of this. 16. Just as you grow jasmine, roses, lily, honolulu and temple flowers in your garden, you should cultivate the flowers of peace thoughts, thoughts of love, mercy, kindness, purity, etc. in the vast garden of your antakarana, mind. Through introspection you will have to water this garden of mind with meditation and sublime thinking and remove the weeds of vain, useless, discordant thoughts. 17. Take sattvic food. Fruits and milk will help mental focusing. Give up meat, fish, eggs, smoking, liquors, etc. 18. Relax all the muscles and nerves. Relax the brain. Calm the objective mind. Close the eyes. Do not voluntarily and violently drive away intruding thoughts. Gently allow the divine thoughts to flow. Steadily think of the Lakshya, the object of meditation. Have sublime sattvic thoughts. Vicious thoughts will, by themselves, vanish. 19. Allow one thought wave only to rise from the mind and settle down calmly. Then allow another thought to enter. Drive off all extraneous thoughts that have nothing to do with the subject matter on hand. An efficient control over thoughts through long practice is a great help in meditation. 20. This mind has attraction for certain new words or names of towns or persons. Watch the mind carefully and try to bring it back to the point or center. 21. In meditation, do not strain the eyes. Do not strain the brain. Do not struggle or wrestle with the mind. It is a serious mistake. Many neophytes commit this grave error. That is the reason why they get easily tired soon. They get headache and they have to get up very often to pass a 9 during the course of meditation owing to the irritation set up in the maturation center in the spinal cord. 22. Entertain some pleasant thoughts. Think of some beautiful flowers. The glaciers of the Himalayas, the blue expansive sky, the vast ocean, or some beautiful scenery in the Himalayas or Kashmir or in any other place. Now you can sit again for meditation. 23. Make no violent efforts to control the mind, but rather allow it to run along for a while and exhaust its efforts. It will take advantage of the opportunity and will jump around like an unchained monkey. At first, until it gradually slows down and looks to you for orders. It may take some time to tame it down at first, but each time you try, it will come around to you in a short time. Never wrestle with the mind. Don't use any violent efforts in concentration. Relax all muscles and nerves. Relax the brain. Gently think of your Ishtam. Slowly repeat your Guru mantra with bhava, feeling, and meaning. Still the bubbling mind. Silence the thoughts. 24. Again and again withdraw the mind from the worldly objects when it runs away from the Lakshya, object of concentration, and fix it there. This sort of combat will go on for some months. 25. If evil thoughts enter the mind, do not use your will force in driving out them. You will lose your energy only. You will tax your will only. You will fatigue yourself. The greater the efforts you make, the more the evil thoughts will return with redoubled force. They will return more quickly, also the thoughts will become more powerful. 1. Be indifferent. Keep quiet. They will pass off soon. 2. Or substitute good counter thoughts. Pratipaksha Bhavana method. 3. Or think of the picture of God and the mantra again and again forcibly. Or 4. Pray. 26. Don't allow the mind to move in the old ruts, grooves and avenues. When it falls down during meditation, elevate it at once. Generate new divine vibrations and thought waves. Pray. 27. Shut out from the mind all useless thoughts. Don't give new strength to evil thoughts by constant thinking. Restrain them. Substitute sublime thoughts. Energy is wasted in useless thinking. Conserve the mental energy by driving useless obnoxious thoughts. Then you will improve in your meditation. 28. Fill the mind again and again with sattvic thoughts, divine thoughts. New grooves and avenues will be formed now. Just as a gramophone needle cuts a small groove in the plate, sattvic thinking will cut new healthy grooves in the mind and brain. New samskaras will be formed. 29. In samadhi, the triputi, triad knower, knowledge and knowable, vanishes. The meditator and the meditated, the thinker and the thought become one and identical. There is no meditation in samadhi. It drops. The dhyata, meditator, and dhyana get merged in there. Object of meditation. 30. Don't store in your brain needless information. Learn to unmind the mind. Forget whatever you have learned. They are useless for you now. Then only you can fill your mind with divine thoughts and mediation. You'll again have fresh mental strength now. 31. In the beginning of meditation, lights of various color, such as red light, white light, blue light, green light, a mixture of red and green etc., appears in the forehead. They are tanmatric light. Every tattwa has its own hue. Prithvi tattwa has yellow color. Apas tattwa has white color. Agni tattwa has red color. Vayu tattwa has green color. Akasa tattwa has blue color. The colored lights are due to these tattvas only. 32. Sometimes a big sun or moon or lightning-like flash appear in front of the forehead during meditation. Don't mind these appearances. Shun them. Try to dive deep into the source of these lights. 33. Beginners will get jerks in meditation. Jerks of head, feet, hands, arm, forearm and trunk may take place. Timid persons are unnecessarily alarmed on this score. It is nothing. Meditation brings on changes in the cells of brain, nerves, etc. Old cells are replaced by new vigorous cells. They are filled with sattva, purity, new grooves, new channels for sattvic thought currents. New avenues are formed in the brain and mind. The muscles are therefore agitated a bit. Be courageous and bold. Courage is an important virtue and qualification for aspirants. Cultivate this positive quality. 34. Energy is wasted in useless idle talks and gossiping, planning and unnecessary worry or chintan. Conserve the energy by getting rid of these three defects and utilize it in meditation on God. You can do wonderful meditation then. 35. In the beginning of meditation in neophytes they fall down from meditation in their old grooves of thinking. Very often depression comes in meditation in neophytes owing to the influence of samskaras, influence of astral entities, evil spirits, bad company, cloudy days, bad stomach and loaded bowels. It must be removed quickly by cheerful thoughts, a brisk walk, singing, laughing, prayer, pranayama, purgative and a dose of carminative mixture. 36. Vikespa is a great obstacle in meditation. Murti uposana, pranayama, thratak, chanting of long Om, Manana, Vichara, prayer, will remove this serious impediment. Vikshepa is tossing of mind. Destroy desires. Give up planning and scheming. Stop all Vyavahara and Pravriti for some time. 37. If the yogic student who practices regular meditation is gloomy, or if he is depressed and weak, surely something is wrong somewhere. Meditation makes a man strong, cheerful and healthy. 38. If there is any error in meditation, at once consult the senior sannyasins or realized souls and remove the mistake. 39. Prana energy is the outer overcoat for the mind. The vibration of the subtle psychic prana give rise to the formation of thought. By pranayama, control of prana or restraint of breath by mild kumbhaka or retention of breath, you can improve your meditation by making the mind more steady. 40. Cold water on the face to drive off drowsiness. Stand up for 15 minutes, or lean upon an improvised swing for 10 minutes and move yourself to and fro. Do 10 or 20 mild kumbhakas, pranayamas, retention of breath. Do Sushasana, topsy-turvy pose, or Mayurasana, peacock pose. Take only milk and fruits at night. By these methods you can combat against sleep. Stroll about for 10 minutes. Keep the light burning if sleep comes. 41. Do not shake the body unnecessarily. By shaking the body very often, the mind also is disturbed. Do not scratch the body also every now and then. The asana or posture should become as firm as rock. Breathe slowly. Do not change the seat very often. Sit in the same place, at the same time, every day. Have the right kind of mental attitude as taught by your guru. 42. You will have to note very carefully whether you have remained stationary in the spiritual path even after many years of spiritual practice or whether you are progressing. Sometimes you may retrograde or fall down backwards. Also, if you are not vigilant and careful, if your virajaya, dispassionate nature, waves, and if you are slack in meditation, reaction may set in. Some practice meditation for a period of 15 years and yet they have not made any spiritual progress. Why? This is due to lack of earnestness, virajaya, keen longing for liberation and intense, constant sadhana, practice. Viparita bhavana, wrong conception that the self is the body and the world is a solid reality, and samsaya bhavana, doubt, overpower you. Just as water leaks out into the rat holes in agricultural fields, so also energy is wasted in wrong channels through raga, attraction, for objects and undercurrent of lurking subtle desires. Suppressed desires also manifest and harass you. You unconsciously become a victim of those desires. 43. These are the benefits that are derived by the yogic student who practices meditation systematically. They are shanti, peace, santosha, contentment, fearlessness, peculiar spiritual ananda, bliss, unruffled state of the mind in worldly difficulties, Nishanasthiti, steadiness, inspiration, intuitive perception, sattvika qualities, absence of anger, a krodha state, egoism and raga dvesha. 44. Meditation develops strong and pure thoughts. Mental images are clear-cut and well-defined. Good thoughts are well-grounded. Through clarification of ideas, confusion vanished. 45. Those who do meditation will have a calm, serene, charming face, sweet voice and lustrous, white eyes. 46. When you see the flowers in a mango tree, you know pretty well that you will get mango fruit quickly. Even so, if you have santi, peace, in your mind, be sure that you will get good meditation and the fruit of jnana quickly. 47. In the beginning, when you are a neophyte, you can close your eyes to remove the distraction of mind, as you are very weak. But later on, you must meditate with eyes open. Even during walking, you must keep your balance of mind even when you are in the bustle of a city. Only then are you perfect. Think strongly that the world is unreal, that there is no world, and that there is Atman only. If you can meditate on the Atman even when the eyes are open, you will be a strong man. You will not be easily disturbed. 48. Just as you conserve the physical energy by observing mana, so also you will have to conserve the mental energy by stopping useless thinking. Then you will save abundant reserve energy for meditation. 49. If the yogic student who practices regular meditation is gloomy, or if he is depressed and weak, surely something is wrong somewhere. Meditation makes a man strong, cheerful and healthy. 50. Extricate yourself from the mind sticking and clinging to this body and children owing to raga and moha through viraja and meditation. Watch every thought very carefully. Your life must tally with your meditation. You must keep up your meditation during work also. Purify the thoughts. Silence the bubbling mind. Quiet the mind. Silence the thoughts. Still the outgoing tendencies or energies of the mind. Collect all the gathering thoughts. 51. Just as cultivation in a strong land or saltish earth becomes absolutely fruitless, so also meditation done without viraja, dispassion, indifference to sensual enjoyments, becomes fruitless. 52. A goldsmith converts 10-karat gold into pure 15-karat gold by adding acids and burning it several times in the crucible. Even so, you will have to purify your sensuous mind through concentration, reflection on the words of your spiritual preceptor and Upanishadic sentences or meditation. Japa or silent repetition of the name of the Lord, etc. 53. When an idea exclusively occupies the mind, it is transformed into an actual physical or mental state. Therefore, if you keep the mind fully occupied with the thought of God alone, you will get into nirvikalpa samadhi very quickly. So, cheer up, and exert in right earnest. 54. As you are not used to meditation, you may feel tired and hungry when you sit for meditation. This will pass off soon. Continue your practice. 55. If you strain yourself in meditation and go beyond your capacity, laziness and inactive nature will supervene. Meditation should come naturally on account of serenity of the mind induced by the practice of Pratyahara 56. Sometimes the mind will be sluggish or slothful. You cannot concentrate. It will refuse to work. The same vigorous mind may become sluggish in the later part of concentration. Just as the horse that was running with a good speed in the beginning of the journey becomes sluggish in the end. Just as the driver goads the horse by giving a little grass and water, so also you will have to inspire the mind with some curtain and elevating thoughts and discipline it with undistracted attention. 57. When you sit on asana for meditation, you want to get up soon, not on account of pain in the legs, but on account of impatience. Conquer this undesirable negative quality by developing patience gradually. Then you will be able to sit for 3 or 4 hours at a stretch. 58. A weak aspirant, though he may be strong in concentration, is overcome by idleness. But a strong aspirant, if he is weak in concentration, is overpowered by vikshep or tossing of mind. Concentration and energy should therefore be well balanced. 59. You must daily increase your viraja and sattvic virtues such as patience, perseverance, mercy, love, forgiveness and purity. Viraja and good qualities help meditation. Meditation increases the sattvic qualities. 60. During meditation, note how long you can shut out all worldly thoughts. Watch the mind very carefully. If it is for 20 minutes, try to increase the period to 30 or 40 minutes and so on. Fill the mind with thoughts of God again and again. 61. During meditation, when the mind passes into a calm state of samatha, when you feel a peculiar concentration ananda, think you are entering into the samadhi state. Do not disturb this state. Try your best to keep it for a long time. Mark this state very carefully. 62. Clarify your ideas again and again. Think clearly. Have deep, concentrated right thinking. Introspect in solitude. Purify your thoughts to a considerable degree. Quiet the thoughts. Just as in a big surgical clinic, the assistant surgeon allows only one patient to enter the consultation room and the operation theater of a senior colonial surgeon. 63. Meditation gives lot of spiritual strength, peace, new vigor and vitality. It is the best mental tonic. If a meditator gets irritated very often, it shows he is not doing good uninterrupted meditation. There is something wrong in his sadhana practice, in his contemplation. 64. Like attracts like. This is a great law. Entertain good thoughts. Positive overpowers the negative. A positive thought drives off a negative one. Keep yourself always positive. You will have wonderful meditation. 10.3 Exercise in concentration. Read 2 or 3 pages of a book. Then close the book. Now attend to what you have read. Abandon all distracting thoughts. Focus your attention carefully. Allow the mind to associate, classify, group, combine and compare. You will get now a fund of knowledge and information on the subject. Mere skipping over pages inadvertently is of no use. Sit in your favorite meditative pose about 1 foot from a watch. Concentrate on the tick-tick sound slowly. Whenever the mind runs, again and again try to hear the sound. Just see how long the mind can be fixed continuously on the sound. Keep a candle flame in front of you and try to concentrate on the flame. When you are tired of doing this, close your eyes and try to visualize the flame. Do it for half a minute and increase the time to 5 or 10 minutes according to your taste, temperament and capacity. In a lying posture, concentrate on the moon. Whenever the mind runs, again and again bring it back to the image of the moon. In the above manner, you can concentrate on any star you may single out from the millions of stars shining above your head. Lie on your bed in the open air and concentrate upon the blue expansive sky above. Your mind will expand immediately. You will be elevated. The blue sky will remind you of the infinite nature of the self. Sit in a comfortable posture and concentrate on any one of the numerous abstract virtues such as mercy. Dwell upon this virtue as long as you can. 10.4 Exercises in Meditation. Place the picture of Lord Vishnu in front of you. Sit in your meditative posture. Concentrate gently on the picture till you shed tears. Rotate the mind on his feet, legs, yellow silk robe, golden garland set with diamonds, coarse stubber gem etc. on the chest, earrings, then the face, the crown of the head, the disc on the right upper hand, the conch on the left upper hand, the mace on the right lower hand, and the lotus flower on the left lower hand. Then close your eyes and try to visualize the picture. Repeat the same process again and again. Place the picture of Lord Krishna with flute in hands in front of you. Sit in your meditative pose and gently concentrate on the picture till you shed tears. Think of his feet adorned with anklets, yellow garment, various ornaments round his neck, the necklace, the long garland of beautiful flowers of various colors, earrings, crown set with precious jewels of priceless value, dark and long hair, sparkling eyes, the tilaka on the forehead, the magnetic aura around his head, long hands adorned with bracelets and armlets, and the flute in the hands ready to be played upon. Then close your eyes and visualize the picture. Repeat the same process again and again. Place the picture of Lord Jesus in front of you. Sit in your meditative pose and gently concentrate gently with open eyes on the picture till tears trickle down your cheeks. Rotate the mind on the cross on the chest, long hair, beautiful beard, round eyes and the various other limbs of his body and find spiritual aura emanating from his head, and so on. Think of his interesting life and the miracles he performed and the various extraordinary powers he possessed. Then close the eyes and try to visualize the picture. Repeat the same process again and again. Sit in your meditative asana in your meditation room. Close your eyes. Meditate upon the effulgence of the sun. or the splendor in the moon, or the glory in the stars. Meditate on the magnanimity of the ocean and its infinite nature. Then compare the ocean to the infinite Brahman, and the waves, foams and icebergs to the various names and forms. Identify yourself with the ocean. Become silent. Expand. Expand. This is another kind of meditation. Meditate on the Himalayas, imaging that the Ganga takes its origin in the icy regions of Gangatri near Uttarkashi, flows through Rishikesh, Hardwar, Varanasi, and then enters into the Bay of Bengal near Gangasagar. Himalayas, Ganga and the sea. These three thoughts only should occupy your mind. First, take your mind to the icy regions of Gangatri, then along the Ganga and finally to the sea. Rotate the mind in this manner for 10 minutes. There is a living universal power that underlies all these names and forms. Meditate on this power which is formless. This will terminate in the realization of the absolute, nirguna, nirakara, formless consciousness eventually. Sit in your meditative pose. Close your eyes. Gaze steadily on the formless air only. Concentrate on the air. Meditate on the all-pervading nature of the air. This leads to the realization of the nameless formless Brahman, the one living truth. Sit in your meditative pose. Close your eyes. Imagine that there is a supreme, infinite effulgence hidden behind all these names and forms, which is tantamount to the effulgence of crores of suns put together. This is another form of nirguna meditation. Concentrate and meditate on the expansive blue sky. This is another kind of nirguna meditation. By the previous methods of concentration, the mind will cease thinking of finite forms. It will slowly begin to melt in the ocean of peace. As it is deprived of its contents, the mind will become subtler and subtler. Have the picture of OM in front of you. Concentrate gently on this picture with open eyes till tears flow profusely. Associate the ideas of eternity, infinity, immortality, etc. when you think of OM. The humming of bees, the sweet notes of the nightingale, the 7 tunes in music, and all sounds are emanations from OM only. OM is the essence of the Vedas. Imagine that OM is the bow, the mind is the arrow, and Brahman, God, is the target. Aim at the target with great care, and just as the arrow becomes one with the target, you will become one with Brahman. The short accent of OM burns all sins. The long accent gives moksha, and the elongated accent bestows all psychic powers. Siddha scriptures of the world. Sit in your meditation room. Watch the flow of breath. You will hear the sound soam. So during inhalation and ham during exhalation. Soam means I am he. The breath is reminding you of your identity with the Supreme Soul. You are unconsciously repeating Soam 21,600 times daily at the rate of 15 Soam per minute. Associate the idea of purity, peace, perfection, love, etc. along with Soam. Negate the body while repeating the mantra and identify yourself with the mantra, the Atman or the Supreme Soul. Meditation and work. He who meditates is not able to work. He who works is not able to meditate. This is not balance. This is not equanimity. The two principles, meditation and action, must be well balanced. If you are ready to follow the divine injunction, you must be able to take up whatever work you are given, even a stupendous work, and leave it the next day, with the same quietness with which you took it up and without feeling that the responsibility is yours. You must be able to work hard in the world with tremendous force. And when the work is over, you must be able to shut yourself up as an absolute recluse for a long time with great peace of mind. That is balance. That is real strength. Then only you have gone beyond the qualities. When you have a disinclination for work and a desire for meditation only, you can lead a life of complete seclusion, living on milk and fruit alone. You will have good spiritual progress. When there is an inclination for work, when the meditative mood vanishes, take up work again. Thus, by gradual practice, the mind should be molded. Meditation will give real rest. Fatigue of the indriyas demands rest. Hence, sleep supervenes at night rhythmically. Motion and rest are rhythmical processes in life. The mind moves about in the avenues of the senses through the force of the vasanas. Strictly speaking, Dridha Sushupti, or the deep sleep state, is very, very rare. There is subtle working of the mind in sleep also. Hence you do not get good rest in sleep. Real rest is secured in meditation, and in meditation only. It is only dhyana yogins who practice meditation that can feel real rest in asana. The mind is fully concentrated during meditation, is far away from objects, and nearer the Atman. There are no raga dvesha currents during meditation owing to the absence of objects. Consequently, there is the manifestation of solid, lasting, real spiritual ananda with complete, genuine rest. You may not enjoy the rest fully in the beginning of your practice, because, at the outset, there is a good deal of wrestling between the will and svabhava, the old samskaras and the new samskaras, old habits and new habits, purushartha and old conduct. The mind revolts. When the mind is thinned out, you will enjoy meditation. Place for meditation. The world will not suit you for meditation. There are many disturbing causes. The environments are not elevating. Your friends are your worst enemies. They take away all your time through vain talks. It is inevitable. You are puzzled. You are worried. Then you try to get out of the environments. You can hardly get a place that can satisfy you from all viewpoints. It is impossibility. You must not shift when you get some inconvenience. You must put up with it. There is no use in frequent wanderings. It is only those who have preponderating Vishaya samskaras that flutter about from Vrindavan to Benares, from Benares to Jagannath Puri, like the wild butterfly. Do not compare one place with another. Maya tempts you in various ways. Use your viveka and reason. Matsuri will appear to you most charming when you are at Shimla. Shimla will appear more delightful when you are at Matsuri. Everything is relative in this world. Do not believe the mind and senses anymore. Enough. Enough of their tricks. No more. No more. Be on the watch to guard yourself from sense deceptions and temptations. As the willpower in many persons has become very weak, as they have had no discipline or training in schools and colleges when they were young, as they are under the sway of materialistic influences, it is necessary for them to practice rigorous japa and undisturbed meditation. If the senses are turbulent, if you have not got the power to withdraw the senses, you will have no peace of mind even in a solitary cave in the Himalayas. A disciplined yogi who has controlled his senses and the mind can enjoy peace of mind in a solitary cave. A passionate man who has not controlled the senses and the mind will be only building castles in the air if he lives in a solitary cave in the mountains. You may be living in a solitary cave in the Himalayas. You may be practicing meditation. If the memory of your past experiences in the plains comes, if you allow the mind to dwell on it again and again, you are actually living in the plains only, though your abode is in the solitary retreats of the Himalayas. Thought is the real action, the real snug, well-furnished, marvelous, awe-inspiring cave is in your heart. Abide there, withdrawing the outgoing senses and mind. Drink the nectar of immortality there and remain ever blissful. May you all dwell in this mysterious, magnificent cave in the heart alone in communion with your inner self, the secondless Brahmin or the Absolute, the God, the sole refuge of all, the meditation room. Have a separate meditation room under lock and key. Do not allow anyone to enter the room, or convert by means of screens, a corner of a room into a meditation chamber. Spread a fourfold blanket and over this spread a piece of soft white cloth. Face east or north. Keep the head, neck and back in one straight line. Sit on Padmasita swastika or any such asana. Burn incense there in the morning and evening. Convert a room into a forest. Every one of you should have a separate room for meditation, or convert by means of screens, a corner of a room into a meditation chamber. Place your Ishtadevata in the room in front of the asana. Keep in the room a few philosophical books such as the Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Vasishtha, the 12 classical Upanishads and Viveka Chudamani. Keep the room under lock and key. Keep it holy. Do not allow anybody to enter the room. You also should enter the room only after a bath. Burn incense and camphor as offering to the Ishtadevata twice daily, morning and evening. Practice meditation in the room regularly and systematically. Wherever you feel depressed, enter the room. Study the books for half an hour. Silence the thoughts. Still the mind. Think of the auspicious qualities of God Shantam, Sivam Sabam, Sundaram, Kantam. Repeat the mantra Om Shanti several times. You will be doubtlessly immediately invigorated. Practice. Try. Feel. Experience. Do much. Talk little. Make it a point to sit at least for half an hour daily although you have pressure of work. Where there is a will, There is a way. If you have this kind of practice systematically, you will find a better mastery, uti, Darjeeling or Shimla in your meditation room. You need not go in for a change. Do not waste the time. Avoid all idle talks. Do not waste even a single second. When you repeat the mantra or the name of the Lord, the powerful vibrations will be lodged in the ether of the meditation room. In 6 months' time you will feel peace and purity in the atmosphere of the room. Whenever your mind is much disturbed by worldly influence, sit in the room and repeat the name of the Lord of half an hour. Then you will find an entire change in the mind immediately. Practice and feel the soothing spiritual influence yourself. Nothing is like spiritual sadhan. The meditation room should be regarded as a temple of God. Talks of profane nature should never be indulged in the room. No vicious thoughts of rancorous jealousy and avarice are to be entertained there. Admittance should ever be sought in it with a pious and a reverent mind. 4. What we do, what we think and what we speak leave their impressions on the ether of the room, and if no care is taken to avoid them, they will exert their influence on the aspirant's mind, and rendering his mind perverse and restive, make him incapable of attending to the devotion. The words uttered, the thoughts cherished, the deeds done are not lost. They are always reflected in the subtle layers of ether encircling the room where they are done and affect the mind invariably. As much as possible, effort should be made to overcome them. This is to be done for a few months only. When the habit is changed, everything will be all right. If you are a very busy man and if you lead a traveling life always, you need not have a special room and a special time for meditation. Do Soam Japa and Dhyana along with the breath. Then every breath will become a prayer and a meditation. Remember Soam. Feel his presence everywhere. This will suffice. The best time for meditation. Early morning is very favorable for meditation. The mind is quite refreshed after good sleep. It is quite calm and serene. It is like a blank sheet of paper and comparatively free from worldly samskaras or mental impressions. It can be molded very easily at this time. There is a preponderance of sattva in the system. In the atmosphere also, sattva predominates at this hour. There is spiritual influence and a mysterious silence in the early morning hours. All saints and yogis practice meditation at this period and send their spiritual vibrations to the whole world. You will be highly benefited by their vibrations if you start your prayer, japa and meditation at this period. You need not exert. The meditative state of mind will come by itself. Even if you are not in the habit of getting up early, have an alarm timepiece. Once the habit is established, there is no difficulty. The subconscious mind or chitta becomes a willing servant of the will. For your meditation, always choose the part of the day or night when your mind is clear and when you are least likely to be disturbed. You can have a sitting just before retiring to bed. The mind will be calm at that time. Meditate at night. A second sitting is necessary. If you have not got sufficient leisure, You can meditate even for a few minutes, say 10 to 15 minutes, at night. The divine thoughts will be carried during sleep also. The good impressions will be there. You will have no bad dreams at night. Evening Sanja time or dusk also is favorable for meditation. During Brahma Muhurta and dusk, the Sushumna Nandi flows readily. You will enter into deep meditation without much effort when the Sushumna Nandi flows. That is the reason why rishis, yogis in scripture speak very highly of these two periods of time. When the breath flows through both the nostrils, know that the Sushumna is working. Whenever the Sushumna functions, sit for meditation and enjoy the inner peace of the Atman or the soul. You can have good meditation on Sundays. Because Sunday being a holiday, the mind will be free. Do vigorous meditation on Sundays. You can have good meditation when you live on milk and fruits alone or when you fast. Use your common sense always and try to bring out a good outturn in meditation. Winter is very congenial for vigorous meditation. You will not get tired even if you meditate 4 hours together at a stretch. But in the morning hours, laziness tries its level best to overpower you. If you cover yourself with 1 or 2 warm blankets, you feel quite comfortable. You do not want to get up in the early morning even though the repeated alarm wakes you up again and again. You decide now, let me sleep for 15 minutes more and then let me start my meditation. Then you begin to cover nicely with the blanket certain exposed parts of the feet. You feel quite pleasant now. What is the net result? You begin to snore nicely and get up only after the sun has arisen. Days, weeks and months will roll on like this. Every winter also will pass away in this manner. Just at that time which is quite favorable for meditation, mind deceives you and overpowers you by sleep. Mind is a master magician. He knows several tricks and illusions. Maya operates through the mind. Mysterious is Maya. Be on your alert. Be vigilant. You can control mind and Maya. Throw away the blanket as soon as you hear the alarm. Sit on Vajrayasana. Do 20 pranayamas. Drowsiness will disappear. Oh friends, wake up. Sleep no more. Meditate. Open the gate of the temple of the Lord in your heart with the key of love. Hear the music of the soul. Sing the song of Prem to your beloved. Play the melody of the infinite. Melt your mind in his contemplation. Unite with him. Immerse yourself in the ocean of love and bliss. How long to meditate? To start with, you can meditate for half an hour in the morning and for half an hour at night. After 2 months, increase the period to 1 hour each time. After a year, increase the time to 1.5 hours in the morning and 1.5 at night. In the 3rd year, 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. In the 4th year, 3 hours in the Mo0 ringing and 3 hours at night. This is for the vast majority of persons. At the commencement, have 2 sittings only. After 6 months or 1 year, according to your mental caliber, you can have 3 sittings, with a 3rd sitting in the afternoon. You can increase the period of concentration gradually at each sitting. In summer, it is rather irksome and difficult owing to perspiration. So, have only 2 sittings during summer. The loss can be made up in winter. Winter is very favorable for meditation. Winter and the early part of spring are the best seasons for beginners to commence meditation. In winter, the mind is not tired at all. You can meditate even for 24 hours without the least exhaustion. The period of meditation should be gradually increased with caution. The meditation should not be by fits and starts. It should be well regulated and steady. You must use always your common sense and reason all throughout the sadhana period. You should ascend the summit of yoga gradually, slowly, stage by stage, step by step. You must not give up the practice even for a few days. In the Yoga Vasistha, Sri Vasishtha Sire, O Rama, give 1 stroke for mind for meditation and the beginning, 1 stroke for mind for recreation, 1 stroke for mind for study, 1 stroke for mind for service to Guru, then 3/8 mind for meditation, 1/8 mind for recreation, 3/8 mind for study, 1/8 mind for service to Guru. Here recreation means acts like washing and cleaning. It does not mean golf play or rugby. This recreation is meant for relaxation of mind or diversion of mind after concentration and meditation. Otherwise, the mind feels tired and refuses to work. When you have progressed sufficiently, give 1/2 mind for meditation, 1/2 mind for study. Increase the time of meditation gradually. If there is much strain in meditation, reduce the number of hours for a few days. Do light meditation only. When you have regained the normal tone, again increase the period. Use your common sense all throughout sadhana. I always reiterate this point. An earnest sadhak with strong vitality and subtle intellect can meditate for 6 hours in the first year of his sadhana. You must study congenial books as the Upanishads, Yoga Vasistha, Gita, Vivekachudamani and Avadhuta Gita along with meditation. Such study is elevating. 6 hours study and 6 hours meditation is very beneficial. This will eventually push you onto Nididhyasana for 24 hours. If you can give up idle talks and gossiping, and idle curiosity to hear rumors and news of others, and if you do not meddle in the affairs of others, you will have ample time to do meditation. Another important point is that the Brahmic feeling must be kept up all the 24 hours. There must be an unceasing and continuous flow of consciousness. You must not forget the idea of Aham Brahmasmi or the divine presence even for a single second. Forgetfulness of God is genuine death. It is real suicide. It is Atmadroha. This is the highest sin. It is comparatively easy to meditate on Aham Brahmasmi when you are seated in a steady posture in a solitary, closed room. But it is very, very difficult to keep up this idea amidst crowded surroundings while the body moves. If you meditate for 1 hour and feel that you are the Atman, and if you feel for a remaining 23 hours that you are the body, the sadhana is perfectly useless and will not produce the desired result. So, at all times you must try to keep up the idea that you are Brahman. This is very, very important. You must keep the mind fully occupied with this one thought. A worldly mind needs thorough overhauling and a complete psychological transformation. This kind of practice brings about the construction of a new mind with a new mode of thinking. Contemplative life is diametrically opposite to worldly life. It is an entire change altogether. Old Vishaya samskaras, impressions of sense objects, have to be thoroughly annihilated through constant and intense practices carried on with zeal for a long time, and new spiritual samskaras have to be newly constructed. Divine Life Society Spiritual Life, a Perspective. Chapter 11. The Spiritual Diary by Swami Sivananda. The spiritual diary is a whip for goading the mind towards righteousness and God. If you regularly maintain this diary, you will get solace, peace of mind, and make quick progress in the spiritual path. Maintain a daily diary and realize the marvelous results. Swami Sivananda. 1. When did you go to bed last night? 2. When did you get up from bed? 3. How many hours did you sleep? 4. How many malas of japa? 1 mala of japa is 1 full turn around the japa mala or rosary for a count of 108 repetitions of the Lord's name or mantra. 5. How long in kirtan? You can perform kirtan in any language you wish. 6. How many pranayamas? 7. How long did you perform asanas? 8. How long did you meditate in one asana? 9. How many Gita slokas did you read or get by heart? 10. How long in the company of the wise? Satsanga. 11. How many hours did you observe Mauna? 12. How long in disinterested selfless service? 13. How much did you give in charity? 14. How many mantras you wrote? 15. How long did you practice physical exercise? 16. How many lies did you tell and with what self-punishment? 17. How many times and how long of anger and with what self-punishment? 18. How many hours you spent in useless company? 19. How many times you failed in brahmacharya? 20. How long in study of religious books? 21. How many times you failed in the control of evil habits and with what self-punishment? 22. How long you concentrated on your Ishta Devata, Saguna or Naguna Dhyana? 23. How many days did you observe fast and vigil? 24. Were you regular in your meditation? 25. What virtue are you developing? 26. What evil quality are you trying to eradicate? 27. What indriya is troubling you most? End of Spiritual Life, a Perspective. Chapters 8, 9, 10 and 11 of 11 chapters. Thanks and gratitude to the Divine Life Society. The Divine Life https www.sivanandaonline.org